the office was real, the events were real, and the people promoting it were real. The question regulators eventually asked whether the investment opportunity itself was real. Today we're going to look at one of the most significant developments to emerge from the collapse of BG wealth sharing. For months, investors were told they were part of something revolutionary. They were shown growing accounts, packed events, physical offices, success stories, and a man called Professor Stephen Beard, who was represented as a financial mastermind behind it all. Anyone raising questions were told they didn't understand the opportunity. Anyone sounding the alarm was dismissed as negative. But while promoters were celebrating growth, expansion, financial freedom, regulators were quietly collecting evidence. And now the Utah Division of Securities has issued an emergency cease and desist, naming not only BG wealth sharing, DSJ Exchange and HQI Exchange, but also two of the most visible promoters associated with the scheme in the United States of America. It's Richard Chea, and I never get their names right, and I probably never will, but let's read it.
Richard Chea and Sumana Chea.
Sumana Chea. And we did see them, the face behind the brand, for quite a long time. So this isn't just another story about a website disappearing. This is a story about trust. It's a story about how physical offices, public events, and community leaders can create the appearance of legitimacy that convince ordinary people, you, to hand over their hard-earned money. It's a story about thousands of investors who believed that they were participating in a sophisticated trading platform while regulators, I can't even read the word right. Let's try this again. Regulators now emerged. Something very different was taking place behind the scenes. And it's a story that raises some uncomfortable questions, I should say. Just as I was reading that, a box popped up on my screen. That's why I got confused. What due diligence was performed? What evidence exists that real trading was taking place? Why did recruitment continue while warning signs were continue to amount? What responsibility do promoters carry when they encourage trust and opportunity that later collapses? I spent months collecting evidence, archiving videos, reviewing presentations, speaking with victims, and documenting the claims being made as events unfolded. So tonight, wherever we are on the planet, we're going to walk through the government findings, the role that Richard and Sumana allegedly played while promoting BG wealth sharing, and while this latest revolutionary regulatory action could become one of the most significant chapters in the entire story. Because while the hype disappears, when the websites go offline, and when the excuses run out, and all we're left with is the evidence tells a different story. Now, I've been on holiday for a couple of days. I decided I needed a break, and I've come back to try and hit the ground running. So some things probably aren't going to work like they normally do. Oh, I lie, except for that little box there, which will disappear. Now, this is an AI-generated image of two individuals which we've seen promoting this opportunity. And I think it's quite a true representation. So they've just now been handed by the government a document with their name on it. And we're going to go straight to that document because I think it's really, really important. And here it is. It is from the Division of Securities, Utah Development of Commerce. And in here, you can see that they mentioned BG Wealth Sharing Limited, and DS Exchange and QI exchange, and then they've got two individuals, Richard and Sumana. I'm going to say Sumana. And in here, you've got yourself a 26-page document explaining everything these guys did. And the real good thing about it is they actually are using screenshots in these documents now, and the promises that they made. Also, the big Salt Lake City Center that they had the invention in. Here they are doing, opening up venues, as I mentioned in the introduction. And before you know it, there's a whole document documenting everything that you'd need to know about this opportunity. Now, it does seem very quiet in my chat room today, and I don't know whether I'm actually broadcasting properly or not. So I'm going to have a wee sneaky look to make sure I'm not sitting here talking to myself for the next couple of hours, and let's see what we can do. So let's just go to my YouTube channel, and now we are going to go to Danny DeHeck's YouTube channel. We're going to look, and I am live, and there's 9 people in the chat room who are not saying anything but boo, and that's okay. But I just want to make sure I weren't broadcasting to myself. So that's really nice to have you here. Thank you very much. You take a holiday and you don't know whether the world notices or not. Perhaps you do. Now, we've got a new logo here, which a lot of people are saying it's not clear that it's my old logo. But we are trying to actually create a new look with our branding, and also we're actually trying to, I don't know how to explain it, but we've got avatars for each of the Avengers that spend day in, day out time going through things. And I just see Susie pop up there in the chat room saying g'day, and she's saying hello, Admiral. So that makes me feel like I'm not here alone. Thank you so much for being here. I was getting a bit lonely. I feel actually quite depressed today. I don't know why. We've had a lot of stuff happening in my own life, which I can't really talk about, but we're all okay. But it's just sometimes you kind of question why you do what you do. Like I was going to be featured in one of the biggest newspapers here in New Zealand, but because I've got an active court case, they've decided not to publish my profile. But being profiled in your country's second largest newspaper is quite a big deal. And when they tell you that they have to hold 5 because some scammer's trying to put you through the court system and they want to see what the outcome is going to be before they publish a story about how I've busted a $400 million Ponzi scheme and scam in America, kind of makes you question the whole reason why we have reporters who don't really want to report anything if it's going to get them in hot water. Not that I've done anything wrong, but it's sort of an oxymoron, because what people don't realize, I've been busting BG wealth sharing since for probably close to 8-9 months. And it started off as a company called CR Group LLC. And there was a few, they did a test ground here in New Zealand where I exposed individuals that were running it. Because remember, what we do, things are a bit different. We're not at the bottom of the cliff putting band-aids on people that have lost all their money. We're at the top of the cliff fighting with the people who promote it. So these 2 individuals that you see here in this photos, they are promoters. And now we can see that governments are putting out warnings, cease and desist warnings, well after the event, when the whole scam has actually fallen over and no one can get their money out. Well, it's not even their money. They've stopped playing the game of Monopoly, for other words. Now they're actually putting people's names on these documents. And when you see people's names on these government documents, it does help people who basically take the risk. So the same thing here in New Zealand, we've got FMA warnings about this very scam, which rebranded itself multiple times. And now one of those individuals has decided that he doesn't like his name in the public arena, even though I've got proof, overwhelming proof, that he was promoting this opportunity to individuals. We've even got an individual that was was about to lose $2,500, and we managed to reclaim that money for that individual and get that money off the platform before the 25th of December, when they told everyone that was shutting down the scam. But in the meantime, our major newspapers decided just to hold 5 and publish, probably the biggest article of my life for my own country, simply because they want to wait to see what the outcome's going to be, just in case the scammer really does have rights. Takes the wind out of your sails a little bit, because there is no justice, and that's why we do what we do. We name and shame individuals that are running or promoting large-scale Ponzi schemes and scams. We take the risk. We're at the top of the cliff, and we really are working for individuals. So when I went away in the weekend, I decided that I would spend a lot of my time talking to my Avengers while I was on the road. And one of the interesting ones that I've just finished a blog this morning about was about Daniel Davis. Now, most people wouldn't know who Daniel Davis is, but you probably would be familiar with Stephen Beard. Stephen Beard is an AI character, and so is Daniel Davis. Now, when you hear that there's another scheme out there called PO wealth sharing, you're going to say, Danny got that wrong, because that's what I said when somebody reached out to me and told me about PO wealth sharing and their exchange, which I can't even read.
Vanderpeak,
which is a financial institution that also does cut and paste trading. And then it's a mirror scam of BG Wealth. So we've found there's another company out there that there's their exchange. Here's their fake CEO. Here's the name of the company, which you can actually go to. That's offering basically, oh, it's not that one. I clicked the wrong one on that one. Let's click on the right one. Now I've done it. I'll have to go back. But it's sort of breathtaking. It's breathtaking that there's still, well, there isn't a company, but here's a company that hasn't had their website taken down. And they're offering cut and paste copycat trading. Still got a website active today. But if we literally took out the word PO and changed it to BG, wealth sharing, we're going to get the site has been seized by the federal government sort of signs coming up. And then you've got this one here that's doing exactly the same thing, still out there in the public arena, and nothing's happening. However, we don't believe that anyone's making money. We do believe the scam has already fallen over, but would you believe it's running parallel to BG wealth sharing? Now, I've done an extensive blog all about it, and we will look at that in the meantime. But what I'm getting at is, why aren't the governments, why aren't the newspapers of the world publishing information like we are? Why do they have to wait for the fake Daniel Davis to be mentioned in some court documents before they'll start publishing content about it to warn the public? Why are they announcing things to the public like it's breaking news when it's literally 6 months old? And this is the most amazing thing that I have actually come to terms with in my industry, is that it is breathtaking how slow the real-time media is. Now, just to push that down your throat a little bit more, here is a breaking news article about the very blog that I'm now writing about. And this is quite funny. Let's have a listen. We've got no sound, so let's get some sound on it.
Investigation now includes a stunning new allegation. Regulators say it could be connected to forced labor scam compounds overseas. And here in Utah, the state has now ordered the company and its local promoters to stop.
Oh my God, BG Wealth Sharing is connected to human trafficking compounds. Breaking news, everybody.
Matt Gephardt has been following the money trail.
Every single day since we broke this story last week, we continue to hear from desperate people from around the world who fear that their money is gone.
Stop. Matt Gephardt has been following the money trail.
I clicked the wrong button then. But anyway, are you at fear that your money is gone? Or have you come to terms with it? What part of grief are you trying to process at the moment?
Every single day since we broke this story last week, we continue to hear from desperate people from around the world who fear that their money is gone. Well, now state regulators have filed this emergency order. It names BG Wealth and its owners, and it uses words like Ponzi, advance fee fraud, and immediate harm. The new
advance fee fraud. I haven't heard of that one before. Anyway, I've embedded that in my blog, and there comes the documents that I'm talking about. So the reason why this is on the news isn't because they've done an investigation. It's because they've sat there at the bottom of the courtroom filing, waiting for the files to come out when everybody like us has raised the alarm. All of you victims out there that are lost all your money have actually decided to speak up and say something about it. Maybe you've gone after the promoter who promoted it to you and decided you've had enough, and you're sick of watching all these Zoom meetings where these people tell you this is a low-risk investment. And if you read the terms and conditions, you'll find it's a high-risk investment and there's no guarantee that you're ever going to get your money back. But they use false claims. They tell you there's no risk. And then when somebody finally is brave enough to put their hand up and file a criminal complaint or potentially I've even had it where I've been in CNBC newsroom, one of the biggest newsrooms in Florida, or the biggest, and I had 3 civil court cases, and he told me he wasn't interested in them. He was only interested in federal court cases. But anyway, government warnings, they do get to the news. But here we are, slam them on the desk like this is breaking news. This is 6-month-old rubbish, in my opinion.
Cease and Desist order says that BG Wealth was not just risky. It alleges a large-scale international cryptocurrency multi-level marketing Ponzi and advanced fraudulent scheme targeting Utah residents. It says that investors were given fraudulent guarantees. It says that dashboards showed artificial numbers, fake profits. And when people tried to withdraw, the state says some were told to pay more money, a so-called tax or verification fee, just to unlock their account. Those who paid those fees still did not get their money, the state says.
You can see.
So just imagine going to a funeral, living the life of Riley, having a great old time, meaning that a lot of these promoters have taken a ton of money from you, put it in their back pocket, hidden it in crypto, done whatever they've done with it, lived a fantastic life, and then somebody dies. And then somebody stands up on the pulpit or in front of the lectern, and they read out the obituary of what actually happened. This is the same as real mainstream media. They just read the obituary at their funeral. They don't read this stuff. They don't stop people at all. They don't even raise the alarm. I mean, nobody can put their money into this platform as it stands right now. Nobody can put any more money into the platform. Well, I don't think they can, because the websites have been all taken off now. The event is over. The rodeo has left the area. The carnival has packed up all their tents. The trucks have gone. The donkeys, the animals, all the people that were part of this rodeo have left the building. As Elvis would say, Elvis has left the building. But here we are. Breaking news, everybody. Breaking news has happened. Let's see what happened. Let's read the obituary of BG Wealth Sharing.
You just can't touch it.
Last week, we spoke to victims who talked about the sales pitch. A big event in Sandy, giveaways.
Wow, the big event that was live broadcasted on YouTube that no one stopped. I rebroadcasted it to warn people. I got about 10,000 views just on people sitting here with bated breath looking at this amazing one-in-a-lifetime opportunity, too good to be true thing that happened. We rang up the venue. We told the venue that they shouldn't be hosting it. They ignored us.
Dinner, dancing, a ribbon cutting at
Don't forget the dancing. Queen Akama would be proud of me.
a West Jordan office, and people who believed they were investing in crypto.
You felt like you were a part of something big.
They weren't investing in crypto. They were doing crypto trading, they thought. There's nothing to do with crypto because there was no exchange. There was no way of verifying that any trades were actually happening on the blockchain. Now, crypto is all about the blockchain, isn't it? And all about how you can basically hide your identity on the blockchain. But this wasn't about crypto. This was about paying with crypto into a fake app that was literally a website that wasn't even an app. You know, this was just fake everything. There was no crypto. It would be true to say it would be insulting crypto to say that this was something to do with crypto. But because they go after the uneducated and the people that don't know how to verify transactions or real trading or even understand what real trading is all about, they basically push it in front of the crypto window and say this is crypto. People just use terminologies that crypto uses. Nothing to do with crypto at all, in my opinion.
I mean, why would you not?
Now the
Why would you not? Well, there was 13 government warnings last time I lost count. There was about 12 or 13, 14, maybe 15 government warnings out there. And even just to take it a bit home, let's just go to Behind MLM, which is my favorite website on the planet. And you can go through here and you can literally go in here and go BG Wealth Sharing. Now, I'm not saying this is a government website at all, but what I am saying is there's independent journalists out there who actually, BG Wealth, what have I done? Now, I've set up a shortcut key and I didn't even use my own shortcut key. That's better. So you go to Behind MLM. It's got Canada, Utah, New Zealand. There's all these warnings. So you can go through here and you can just click on one of those. And then you can see that, you can click on the warnings that come out from around the world. Here's the Texas State Security Board emergency cease and desist order. These didn't come out yesterday, and these weren't even in the news. These are everywhere on the internet. Your government has tried to get your state to warn you not to participate. And this person on the phone here just said, why wouldn't you? Well, that reporter could have actually come back and said, because there were so many government warnings out there telling you not to.
The Department is warning about something even darker. In this online post where you can see BG Wealth is named specifically, Utah regulators state that global scams are often run through scam centers overseas, where people may be trafficked, held against their will, and forced to conduct fraud.
Oh, no, really? Is that what where else do these scams run from? Let's just play devil's advocate, or Danny's advocate here. Where else do these scams come from? They don't have real offices. They don't have anything that you can verify where they belong. So what do you think they're doing in these human trafficking compounds that we've been yelling at for ages? Do you think they're playing Monopoly in there? Well, they are. They're playing Monopoly games with you crazy people who don't listen to the warnings. These office addresses is where they tell you they're registered in Utah or British Columbia or Cayman Islands or whatever it is. And you just take it for granted that this is where these companies are ran out of. You don't even stop to question where their offices really are, the people behind it. And then all of a sudden we're told that they come out of human trafficking compound, and we sit here with our mouth open and go, no way, really?
Regulators say engaging with scammers does not just risk your wallet, it may fuel a violent criminal industry. The KSL investigators have tried diligently to reach BG Wealth Sharing and its local organizer, this man.
Look at that. Now, that's why I'm doing this blog, and this is why this news company is reporting old Richard here. Richard here, and if you scroll up a little bit, you can see him here with his wife. They were on an airplane every 10 minutes, going from state to state, reassuring people that this was not a scam. Aren't they friggin' heroes now, eh? Easy now, isn't it, to read the court documents? And to be honest, guys, I'm not actually knocking this news agency. I'm just saying that mainstream media are guilty of not reporting the news. And they are only regurgitating documents that are coming from the courthouse. And if you aren't keeping up with current events, the biggest asked question I often get asked, well, if it was a scam, then why aren't these people being arrested? How can a group of 1,000 people get together in Salt Lake City, run an event, give away cars, have people come up on the stage, have a fake AI guy on the projector there, and telling everyone that this is an investment opportunity that's too good to be true, and not even the venue will stop this happening until the scam decides to turn the tap off, and then everyone starts complaining. Things need to change. Let's carry on and listen to Mr. And look, they've even blurred out the wife's name, and the people in the photos. They're taking the liberty to blur out their names. Isn't that ridiculous?
Richard Chea. We have not heard back, but Chea did respond to the state after being slapped with the emergency cease and desist.
I wrote him a cease and desist letter before I did this video as well, and I have not heard back from him either.
By email, he writes that without admitting wrongdoing, the referenced activity has been discontinued and that he and his wife intend to comply moving forward.
The investigation remains ongoing.
State Division of Securities Director Robert Cummings says the violations they are alleging could be punishable as a third-degree felony.
Is this the kind of thing where people do go to jail?
When we look at referring a case, we look at the number of victims, the amount of money stolen, and the overall harm to society.
Is anybody going to get any money back?
I can't say what's going to happen in the future. I can say that the feds, when they initially started this investigation, they did seize a lot of money and freeze assets, and will be trying to recoup money from the bad actors and getting restitution to the victims, if at all possible.
If you have put money into BG Wealth, the advice is stop sending money. Do not pay to unlock your account. Do not pay anybody who says they can help you get your money back, and report it now to the Utah Division of Securities as well as the FBI. To unlock your account, do not pay anybody who says they can help you get your money back, and report it now to the Utah Division of Securities as well as the FBI. I've got links on how to do that on ksltv.com. Guys.
Well, there you go. Sorry about that bit of a glitch there. I'm actually going to do something. I'm just going to edit this blog in a second. I want to show you why in a sec. I'll just see if I can get myself in order here. 1 second, please, caller. Need to edit something. Yeah, so it is kind of funny. It's not funny, but I do think it's a bit strange. I'm just going to edit this blog because I noticed something's broken, and I'm going to fix it. And let's see if we can go from fix it iframe to there, and we'll fix that code. Put it back to visual. Oh, look at that. Alrighty. So it just sort of does make me sort of wonder where mainstream media comes from. I mean, good on them for reporting the news. It does create awareness. I think that's the only role I actually see happening in the system. So we have got a song, and you will love it, and it's one of my favorite songs. It is called the Copy Paste Non-Linear PG Wealth Blues, and it's a goodie. And we'll listen to that while I get myself set up, and we'll get into this.
They said, welcome to the future, this is how the rich get paid. Download bond chat, trust the system, don't ask how it's made. Met a guy I never seen, said, bro, this thing's legit. Next thing I'm depositing, yeah, I fell for it. They said, I watch the numbers grow, you'll be doubling in no time. But I can't find the exchange, guess I'll trust the online. Copy paste a little trade 3 times every day. Feels less like investing, more like Simon says. Don't ask questions, don't you think? Just keep smiling, don't you blink. If it looks weird, don't complain, or you'll get kicked out the game. I'm a copy-paste, don't alienate. Can't you see? Fake digits climbing endlessly. Screen says rich, but I can't withdraw. Now I'm stuck inside the flaw. Give them your ID, your face, your name. Hope it doesn't fuel a fraudster's game. By the time you realize what's gone, BG Wealth's already moved on. They said DSJ Exchange is where the magic's made, but some guy built the whole thing in like one day.
Yeah, done a lot of research there, guys. This one guy did build the exchange in one day. It was like a project. We managed to find the person's phone number and his email address, and we actually telephoned him, and we've documented it. We rang him, confronted him. He agreed. He did create it. And then 2 hours after we talked to him, it was all gone from the programming hub that he was programming it all on. It was quite ridiculous, really. But that's how, it's all very well for us to sit here. We're not at the bottom of the cliff, though, are we? We're actually reporting to you live. We're coming up with things that are happening in real time. And we're also defending ourselves against these individuals that try and stop us reporting the truth. And it is a hard and a tiring battle. So that's why I thank my Avengers. I just noticed that not Queen of Karma, Jelly Snack just popped in here. And Queen of Karma probably isn't far away either. Now, she's no doubt she could be doing a live right now. Who would know? Let's drop into her YouTube channel while we're talking about her. We're going to go to Avengers. We're going to go to Queen of Karma. Coffeezilla has just dropped another video, this one about, oh my goodness, look at that. That's beautiful. So these are part of the new logos that you'll see us working at the moment. We're just actually fixing up some of these at the moment to put a nice wee border around them. But that's really, really cool. So I'm just going to have a look at her live section. I just want to see whether she's live. 3 days ago, she was live. The videos that she's been doing, a passive 6 hours ago, a day ago, BG Wealth sharing, a day ago. So she has actually dropped a new video. So do make sure you check out this video here. And it's going to be a goodie. No, these people try and get our videos removed, even though they've got the governments coming after them. So do check out this video. I don't know why she's blocked out the eyes. That's got, oh, and it's got Thaddeus in there. So that's really, really cool. So no doubt, I'm just going to actually take that link of that video. I won't do it now. I actually will go on to the start of it.
I know it's rough, but I'm here. I think everybody knows me. I'm Gagan Sarkaria, and I am your friend.
That's how she chose to introduce herself.
I literally cannot wait to watch that, but we're not going to watch it right now. I want to stay on target and go through this blog. Why this blog is important is it's the first time I've actually seen, well, the second time I've actually seen people's names being mentioned in these government warnings. And it does make me wonder why these people's have been named, but no one seems to be taking them off the street and put them into a place with bars. Now, if you don't know what I mean by with bars, you may have seen every now and again I have this screen pop up. That's the bars I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. It would be good to see these bars on these individuals. So just imagine looking at Queen of Karma's video here and seeing her behind bars. I think that's what everyone wants to see. But the reality of it, nothing happens quick, and probably nothing's going to happen if ever. And let's hope that the laws change and things normal. So let's get into this, and let's encourage you guys that have been associating with the cheese. Am I saying that right? Cheese. What are these names? Richard and is it Chi? Richard Chi. I'm going to refer to him as the Cheese and the Richard. I can't actually say that name, but one day it might stick in my head. Sumana. Sumana, Richard and Sumana Chea. So in here, we've got the officers was real, the events was real, the people promoting it were real. The question regulators eventually asked was whether the investment opportunity was real. For months, anyone questioning BG Wealth Sharing was told they simply did not understand the opportunity. Critics were accused of spreading fear. Victims were told they were being negative. Promoters insisted the trading was real, the returns were real, and the man known as Professor Stephen Beard was guiding thousands of people towards financial freedom through a revolutionary crypto trading platform. And you guys, I'm not really going to Shay. Is it Shay? Oh, Shay. I heard those claims repeatedly throughout my investigation. So that's what we heard. They were telling us. We got onto enough YouTube videos. One of my videos just got removed the other day, and it's going back on soon. But we had a cybercrime expert offering help to a lady that was making $100,000 a month. And she's managed to get the video removed because she doesn't want to name and shame herself. We're certainly working at editing her out of the video so I can put the video back online. And we're talking about Lee Meadows. So Lee Meadows is an innocent victim that just so happened to encourage everyone from her Kangen water community to sign up for BG Wealth Sharing, where she would make copious amounts of money. Now, she was disheartened because I think it was $600,000 trapped in the platform, and the promoters were telling her that she would need to deposit 12% into the platform so she could withdraw her money, and she couldn't afford it. In the meantime, she was taking out $100,000 a month from the platform because she decided to promote it. Now, why are these people not being held accountable? Well, you're just about as clever as me, I'm sure. It's because the systems need to change and people need to start complaining about these individuals. So if you are associated with Chi, now that looks like a Colin Ray. That looks like a nice wee logo you got yourself there. Then you need to start complaining. If you complain to your the people, the powers that be, and your local authorities about how you got promoted some opportunity of a lifetime via an individual, now you need to start complaining about that individual and stop trying to complain about Stephen Beard, who doesn't exist. Stop trying to find a limited company that never really existed, didn't have any offices, and start complaining about the people that promote these Ponzi schemes and scams. Now, if I want to leave a legacy in my life, I want to be the person that actually taught people to go after the people that promoted these opportunities. If they're not regulated financial advisors, what are they doing telling you what to do with your money? Stand up for yourself. Don't listen to these people and stop letting them hush all the complaints and stop letting them put that mute button on you when you ask those critical questions. I watched the presentations. I reviewed the marketing material. I listened to the recruitment calls. I spoke directly with promoters and members who passively defended the opportunity. Passively? Is that right?
Passionately.
Passionately, that's better. Passionately defended the opportunity. Like so many schemes before it, BG Wealthsharing was sold as something far bigger than an investment platform. It was represented as a movement, a community, a chance for ordinary people to change their lives. That's how they marketed it. If you read the disclaimer, it would contradict what I just said. While many of the individuals behind the operation remain hidden behind websites, apps, anonymous leadership structure, some promoters stepped into the spotlight. Few embrace what role few embrace what role. Oh, wow. I'm just going to have to read that paragraph because that's Danny's tongue twister.
Few embraced that role more publicly than Richard Chea and Sumana Chea.
Now that there does not, the way that it said to me was not, I'm just going to put Shay in a window above my head so I can go back in there. So we do have a random question on the stage. It always horrifies me when somebody asks a random question. It's normally one to trip me up because they're not happy about something. So before I even read that question, I'm going to put that question on there and let's have a listen to see this. Has it been blocked? A random question. But whatever happens with those Ponzi schemes you were covering that were being ran out of Pakistan? I remember watching some of the content and then realized I haven't heard much about it lately. Did the story just die down or did something happen behind the scenes? Now that is a ridiculous question that only someone from Pakistan would probably ask. I have actually never ever covered a Ponzi scheme from Pakistan. So it means that you're misinformed or you're in here to cause some sort of confusion. Now, what I do in the Pakistani industry is I go after the people who run the software houses, the people that tell people they will ghostwrite their books, the people that will tell people they will do their essays for them when they're in university or at school. I also go after the people that claim they will build websites, they will create your logo, all that juicy stuff. That's what I go after. And I show people that these people are not providing the services that they say they are. That takes them 3 or 4 years to publish a book, and it just gets a little bit more ridiculous. So that question is totally doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And it looks like if I was to click on your name, and I'm just having a wee look here and see whether I can find something about you. I'm just wondering why that hasn't actually popped up. Maybe Susie kicked that out already. I don't know. But anyway, interesting question, but it doesn't make any sense to anything I ever do. So that's a good random question. Let's remove that from here and let's carry on reading. While many of the individuals behind the operation remain hidden. So we're talking about Richard and Chea. Sumana Chea. The Utah-based couple became some of the most visible faces associated with BG Wealthsharing in the United States. They appeared at events, helped promote the opportunity, welcome people into a dedicated BG Wealth investor center, and become central figures in the company's expansion effort through Utah. To supporters, they represented success. To prospective investors, they helped create the appearance of legitimacy. If there were doubts about the company, the existence of physical offices, public events, and local leadership gave people confidence to ignore them. The confidence would eventually, what's that word? Collide with reality. Now, I think this is really, really, really cool because what I like about this particular cease and desist order, it basically says everything that these people hide behind and what they say isn't protected. All the disclaimers that they read out before they get on the stage and say, future endeavors does not guarantee, future results and all this sort of carry on. Everything about this is showing you that even in this cease and desist order, it talks about how they were not regulated financial advisors. So people that are promoting investment opportunities do not have the licenses to open their mouth and tell you what to do with your money. And if somebody wants to stand on a stage and tell you what to do with your money that isn't a regulated financial advisor, they are not allowed to. And this emergency cease and desist order, which you can go to my website, theheck.com, and have a read of, will tell you exactly everyone else that's still out there promoting these Ponzi schemes and scams. So I just showed you a wee while ago here that we've got another scam that is obviously already fallen over, but running at the same time, there was another Daniel Davis versus Peter Beard, who are both fake AI characters telling you what to do with your money. And if you go through this new blog, which we'll do tomorrow, you can actually see that these people are running a mirror-like Ponzi scheme at the same time to a different audience, no doubt. Now, this one here is still actively visible, even though it's probably not active. I don't say probably, but unfortunately, people are still thinking there's such a thing as cut and paste trading, which there is not, which is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, and that comment was from Twitch. Well, that made a lot of sense. Thank you very much for Susie. You're so good at doing that. I should read that. And that's probably why on that logo, which you can't see, when you click on that there, you can actually see the person's avatar has, Twitter on it. So I can probably just about guarantee I know who that is. It starts with J. Anyway, on June the 1st, 2026, the Utah Division of Securities issued an emergency, I love the way it says emergency cease and desist order after the fact, naming not only BG Wealth Sharing, DSJ Exchange, and HQI Exchange, but also Richard and, I'm going to get her name right soon, Sumana Chea themselves. The order alleged that respondents were involved in an international cryptocurrency multi-level marketing Ponzi and advanced fee fraud. I've never heard of the word advanced fee fraud scheme that targeted investors whilst making fraudulent guarantees. Now that's incredible. Fraudulent guarantees using fabricated regulatory affiliations and continue to recruit efforts despite mounting regulatory concerns. Now, this is a mouthful, but it is absolutely batshit crazy that these people have decided to. Now, I would actually love to read through this, but we're not going to because it will just make this video far too long. But the fact is that they have acknowledged everything that we're saying they're not allowed to do, put it into an official government document, even listed a few of the 9,000 different domain names that this company was trying to do. So let's just go HQI37.com, right? Now, all these websites have probably been taken offline. They have now, but they even literally put a few of these 9,000 domain names, we were told, that they've actually put these into this scheme. They've even mentioned including Bond Chat, Telegram, WhatsApp, how they promoted it. Things like 99.6% win rate. All these claims that they've actually put it into this government order. So I take my hat off to the government, who, I'm going to say this in a negative way, I can't say it any other way, but are too slow to act. Why is the government slower at acting, at exposing these events than I am and my Avengers? Why is it that the government wants to read the eulogy at the funeral rather than celebrate life, where people's lives are changing? People's lives have lost money. People have believed their friends, and they have believed that this is the key to their financial future. And now we're reading what seems to be someone's eulogy at a funeral. I'm not even sure if I'm saying that word correctly, but it just seems such a shame that it takes so long for these governments to come up with these publications and showing people what they have found. It is like reading This Is Your Life when somebody has already obviously passed away, so to speak. It is like a death, and it's just absolutely batshit crazy. So we're on page 18 of a 26-page report about how this is an emergency cease and desist order. I do not understand how this can be an emergency. Can you imagine that these guys jump in their vehicles and they go with their emergency vehicles to the scene of a crime And when they get there, Elvis has already left the building. This is what really gets me going. So we've got an emergency cease and desist where nothing's happening. It's all gone. It's all finished. But we still have the promoters to go after. Now, I wonder what's going to happen to them. Naughty people. Naughty people. You've been promoting something you shouldn't have. It's against the law. But what's really going to happen to them? And how long is it going to take? And do they start promoting other Ponzi schemes and scams along the way? Or have they put all that money away in crypto and hid it somewhere? And then they told you that they're in the same boat as you. Because it's always the same pattern every single time. Anyway, the order alleges respondents were involved in the international crypto blah, blah, blah is important to distinguish for months. Much of the discussion surrounding BG wealth sharing focused on anonymous operators, mystery trading systems, and the functional character known as Professor Stephen Beard. The Utah action shifts part of the focus back to the people who were standing in front of the audience, host events, recruiting members, and encouraging others to trust the opportunity. Now, I know for a fact that these government agencies actually watch my videos because I've been told that numerous times they watch my videos so they know what's going on. Isn't that kind of funny? Anyway, this article examines the allegations outlined by the Utah regulators, the role Richard and his wife allegedly played in promoting BG wealth sharing, the warning signs that emerged along the way, and how the two of the scheme's most visible promoters ultimately found themselves named in a government-enforced action. Because when an investment opportunity collapses, the most important questions are often not about the website. They are about the people who persuaded others to trust it. Because all these schemes, every single time, are all about building trust. Your friend is your friend because you trust him, you like them. They may give you a cuddle when things are hard, when you're having a hard time. They may loan things from you. They may give you money to help you through hard times. They may do all these things because that's what friends do. So when your friend comes to you and tells you about an investment opportunity that he's invested in himself and it all goes pear-shaped, you look back at your friend and you think, well, he's my friend. It's taken years to build those relationships. So I trust him. And that's how these grow. So I've got tomorrow's blog. Tomorrow's blog is actually about an individual who trusted his friend, only invested $500, but gave me a novel, and I've written a whole blog about it. When I read this this email, and it had PO wealth sharing in it, I thought the person didn't really understand what he'd invested in and actually misspelt the name. But then we started researching whether there was really such a thing as PO wealth sharing. And it's in my blog that's already published. You can go have a look at it. And here I'm thinking, oh my goodness, how can somebody invest in that? Didn't they find all the other stuff about the professor? But no, they didn't need to. They didn't need to. These scams don't even need to be on the internet because your friend will tell you all about it. So a lot of this stuff happens under the covers, for the use of a better word. But when you start finding out that your friend is mentioned in a public, in a government notice, it's pretty cool. So what I do, if you search for people's names who are associated to BG Wealth Sharing, you'll actually see that we actually, I'm just going to have a quick look here and show you what we did, because we actually name and shame the individuals behind this Ponzi scheme and scam. And I'll see if I can bring it up in a hurry. Hurry. Oh, we do. POG Wealth. Where is it? Oh, Ponzi schemes and scams. All right, this is probably a good one to look at. So have a look at this. This is my database of Ponzi schemes and scams, right? And it basically lists every single one of those dots is about a week of my life. All right? And I've been doing this for 5 years. So we come down here, and what you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, is there's all these other scams that have come out. We haven't even, these are other scams that we've seen people who are promoting BG Wealth Sharing were actually already promoting. So BG Wealth Sharing actually started one called CR Group LLC. Now, at the moment, I've got a New Zealander who wants to be in court. We're going to be in court on the 8th of July in a district court. And he's going to be defending himself why he thought he was allowed to promote that And because when the government warning came out about telling people to cease and desist and not participate in CR Group LLC, part of his defense is the fact that when the government put out the warning, they didn't put his name in the warning. Okay, so that's where BG wealth sharing started for us and my Avengers. So we reported all about it. After that collapsed on the 25th of December 2025, they told everyone that if they didn't deposit 20% into the app, they wouldn't be able to withdraw their money. And everyone put their hand up in the air and went, oh my God, I'm not doing that. Now, notice when BG wealth sharing collapsed, they said 12%. Because 12% was how much you were paying if you could get your money out as a fee. So they used something that your subliminal mind is more familiar with. So they, instead of saying 20%, they decided to tell you 12% you needed to deposit. Now we've got recordings, which I'm going to get that recording if you've got that handy, Sue. Even that link to that meeting, I might play that on this video. You know the one I'm talking about? I'm talking about the video where people are still promoting BG wealth sharing. If you can give me that link, that would be really, really cool. If it needs to be downloaded, I can do it on the fly while I'm talking to people. But what I want to show you is even now, there's groups out there telling people to follow the process of as this scam unfolds and they move from one entity to another, they're still telling people to sign up at the end, at the bottom of the cliff, with the hope that their money is still there and available to be withdrawn. And that's now a 100-week process. It's a whole amazing video, which I might play at the end of this because it's absolutely batshit crazy. So if you can find that link to that thingy, even just give me the link, I will find it while I'm talking. But anyway, what I'm getting at here, guys, if you don't know much about BG wealth sharing, and BG wealth sharing was your first carnival or rodeo, as we like to call them in New Zealand, it started as CR Group LLC. Then it rebranded. Now, I have to show you, and this is a bit painful if you've been here before, but if you go into the screenshots, you'll see something that's familiar. These are people at cafes holding up their phones to show the professor that they are recruiting people. And if they did this, they would be refunded for their meal. Now, that's absolutely batshit crazy, right? Well, that's what happened with BG wealth sharing. This was exactly the same scam, started here in New Zealand, maybe Australia. But at the end of the day, it rebranded itself to Signal Raiders. Now, my team of Avengers actually shut down Signal Raiders, or signalraiders.com. We actually had the Terminator who managed to shut that website down before they rebranded themselves. Yippee-yi-yi, it was us. Now, we're not sure. I actually personally think that BG wealth sharing started next. Maybe at the same time, when everyone got traction, we now have PO wealth sharing. We also have Nexo trading, and we also have Shiftwave, where we've got the lady from Hawaii, Fiona Brown, who was theoretically promoting BG wealth sharing, and because she found a new opportunity to start promoting, they kicked her out, even though we believe it's the same opportunity. And then we've got Vistra, whatever that was called, New Era, Polytentia. These are all scams that we believe are all coming out of human trafficking compounds. So we've been following them. It's not rocket science. But when you go into BG wealth sharing, you can see what we've done is we've actually started putting all the people of interest together. And you can see the names of individuals that we have seen maybe subtly or heavily promoting BG wealth sharing. So Gaga, she's in there. Jessica A. Morgan, she's in there. You know, all these names that you see are individuals that are still either promoting some form of investment opportunity or have, what are they called, pivoted onto a new one. And these names, you can screenshot them. You may, there is some good news stories in here. For example, there is a guy here who's a fitness trainer. We call him Mr. Morris. And he actually was documenting his journey. And now he's decided to become an Avenger. So he did a video here telling everyone that he's discovered this awesome opportunity, and he was just going to document his journey. And along the way, he finally found it out that 4 months ago that it was a scam, and now he's busy actually promoting and warning people about, basically watching out. And at one stage there, he talks about how the professor ran off with the money, and I think we may have converted him to being a how am I saying? He's even got a no scam t-shirt on here. So we've actually converted him into being an Avenger, which is really, really cool. However, unfortunately, he was a promoter and he is in our persons of interest list. So just because you're in the persons of interest list doesn't mean that you're a scammer, doesn't mean that you're going to get locked up, but the chances are that we're on your tail and we're going to name and shame anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam because we think this is the only way to stop you guys. There's no point, absolutely no point, us documenting the journey at the end of the collapse because everyone's already lost their money. So that's what we do. So that was what I call the public faces of BG Wealth Sharing. And hopefully that's going to be the link that I'm looking for. What have we got here? BG Wealth, important notices. Oh, look, and just while we're here, I'm just going to have to bring up these websites. So this is actually happening at the moment. So decentralized arbitrage trading. So BG Wealth Sharing has now pivoted onto different things. So if you're looking at these websites and you're thinking my money has been transferred to another organization, are these all the same websites but under different domain names? Yes, they are. So if you ever look at these websites, when you first land on them, you'll get a 1008, and that you can see that going up and down. In Binance, it's got absolutely nothing to do with this website. And in here, you can see BG Wealth Sharing, and it's actually called bgwealth.xyz, which is absolutely ridiculous. This one here is .biz. This one here is dsjex.jyz. This is absolutely disgusting. And I'm going to see if I can find my link while I'm here. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to read a paragraph, and I'm going to actually see if I can read a paragraph, and let's see if I can find what I'm looking for while I'm getting you to listen to the next paragraph. The public faces behind BG Wealth Sharing. Here we go.
The public faces of BG Wealth Sharing in Utah are one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating opportunities like BG Wealth Sharing is focusing exclusively on the company, while ignoring the people promoting it. Websites can be registered anonymously, domains can be replaced overnight, trading platforms can disappear without warning, but recruitment happens through people. Investors are far more likely to trust a recommendation from a friend, family member or respected community figure than they are to trust an unknown website on the internet. That is why promoters play such a critical role in the growth of these schemes. They become the bridge between the opportunity and the public.
Yeah, so that is the so if you wonder why I'm reading that, it's because I'm looking for something else. But what I'm basically getting here is the faces behind these schemes play a critical part, because they let you put your guard down. It's like the moat that goes around the castle. And that's why you've got to watch out for these guys.
According to the Utah Division of Securities, Richard Chea and Sumana Chea were not passive participants. The emergency order identifies them as local agents, managers and MLM recruiters for BG Wealth Utah. Regulators described Richard as a long-time MLM enthusiast who promoted multiple investment opportunities and identify him as the registered agent and manager of BG Wealth Sharing Limited, liability company in Utah. The order further notes that neither Richard nor Sumana held securities licenses or registrations with Utah regulators, the SEC or FINRA. That alone makes this case different from many of the other BG Wealth Sharing promoters I have investigated.
Yeah, so I'm going to carry on reading that. We're going to catch up with this in a bit. I'm just going to I'm going to go to the bottom of this. I want to get this whole section read. Hopefully we don't double up now. I've just moved myself away with it. Investigate. Over the last year, I have documented.
Over the past year, I have documented dozens of individuals publicly promoting BG Wealth Sharing through Zoom calls, live streams, Telegram groups, Facebook pages, on chat channels and in-person events. Many stayed largely online. Richard and Sumana took things a step further. They became the public face of the opportunity in Utah, creating a physical presence that gave the organization an appearance of permanence and credibility. For prospective investors, that physical presence mattered. People could attend meetings, they could walk into an office, they could meet other members, they could listen to presentations and ask questions face to face. In an industry filled with anonymous operators and overseas entities, the existence of local leadership gave many people a sense of comfort. To the average person, a company with offices, events and community leaders naturally appears more trustworthy than one operating entirely through encrypted messaging apps. The Utah order suggests regulators viewed those activities very differently. Rather than seeing the office and events as evidence of legitimacy, the division viewed them as part of a broader recruitment operation designed to attract new investors into BG wealth sharing. According to the order, Richard and Sumana were helping organize events, promote the opportunity and build a network of investors throughout Utah while regulators were already examining the operation. That distinction sits at the heart of this story. The issue was never whether the office existed. The issue was whether the investment opportunity being promoted inside that office could withstand scrutiny.
Yeah, so I mean, sorry, I'm looking for I've just found it. Thank you very much, Sue, for that. Really appreciate it. We've just we've got a what I believe is a shocking and recent Zoom meeting where individuals are still giving people hope that obviously these are real platforms. Now, if you were, it's hard to explain, but if you were landing on this page, this actually looks like a very polished, nice-looking website. But the fact is that it's been hosted on the internet on 3 different domain names, and it's identical, would give me red flags so much that the breeze is going to knock me off my pedestal. Yeah, crazy, batshit crazy. But anyway, yeah, so we did read that. Now we're going to look at the building. Now, I just, it's hard to explain, guys, but if we go back to my home section here and I go into my Ponzi schemes and scams, there was a scam that I busted face-to-face, actually, here in New Zealand called SFC Vibe Trading. And they literally had physical offices here in New Zealand. Basically, the scam was you pay $1,200 US and they would feed you back $40 US of your money every day. But what you had to do is you had to rate videos. So you were given a 10-second video and you had to give it a star rating of 1 to 5. It's batshit crazy, I know. Long story short, they ran out of the human trafficking compounds. The people that were there was 3 real offices set up here in New Zealand. One of the individuals, Ron, I think his name was literally befriended by a beautiful young lady on the phone, like a romance scam, and she was telling him what to do next. So he went and leased a building to the horror of good friends of his who have known him for years, and he basically said to his friends that the company behind this scam had paid for everything. Now that the scam seems like it's fallen over and I haven't got any confirmation of that, we even had T Only, one of my North Island scam busting friends, keep me up to date with what's been happening, and I've lost touch with that a little bit because my life's a bit mayhem at the moment. We found that these individuals that we've seen promoting these scams have actually, it's all fallen over, but now they've been stuck with paying for the leasing of the building that they were doing, which is absolutely crazy. So there was a guy here, and this guy that you see here, Ron, 75 years of age, he's married. His wife doesn't want anything really to do with him. However, he had, this is probably offline now.
I'm going to talk about the dinner reimbursement program, a very good way to build your team. Here's a simple example as to how it works. If you're an S2 member and you invite 5 people to a dinner party and each member registers, each person will receive 33 New Zealand dollars, and you as the inviter will receive 50 New Zealand dollars. If all 5 friends activate an S2 membership, you will receive 32 points times 5 people, which is 160 points, which is equivalent to 264 New Zealand dollars. Additionally, you will receive $125 US cash bonus by upgrading from level 0 to level 3. This is equivalent to approximately 207 New Zealand dollars. So in other words, if you host a dinner party for 5 people and all your friends activate an S2 membership, you can earn a total of 521 New Zealand dollars. Quite a substantial amount, really, and you get a free dinner as well. Thank you.
So this particular guy, 75 years of age, and he has been chatting glued to his phone with a 25-year-old goddess that he believes is real, true, and genuine. This particular guy has been told to sign a lease on premises at $5,500 per month so that he can set up an office for this scam that was called, which was a batshit crazy scam, but basically SFC Vive rating was theoretically, you had Marvel Studios, actually I'm not sure about that, Sony Studios, Universal Studios, Walt Disney, and Coca-Cola all had a problem, and they needed someone to set up an organization so that when they produced their videos that they could have a team of people rating their videos. So I spoke to a guy that had scrolled through Instagram, found an advert, clicked on it, signed up, and eventually paid, I think it was $500 US. And then he told his friends about it, and it grew like wildfire, and he's now got 100 people under it, and he regrets it. He's been helping with the Commerce Commission. This is just another it's probably ran out of the same human trafficking compounds. This is just another day in the office for the Avengers. But this is what happens. So when I'm sitting here and we're listening to building the Utah Investor Center, they're all doing the same type of stuff at the same time. And it's coming out in different scams that we've been monitoring. Now, not many people on the planet would be able to actually be privy to that information. And I would even challenge that these government departments that are putting out these warnings, whether they are focused on, BG wealth sharing and don't realize other scams out here are running the same playbook. I would challenge, I don't believe a lot of them know about it. I don't know how good their investigated teams are. And in fact, I would challenge any government to employ the Avengers and my team to investigate these scams, even as an advisory board on telling them where to dig, who to go after. Because if you haven't been keeping up with current events, ladies and gentlemen, when you click on home, we've got persons of interest. And in that persons of interest area, I have 297 boards. Each board can be a country. In America, I've got like 300 people in America. In Canada, I've got like 200 people. In New Zealand, I've got 100 people. And these are all, persons of interest that we see promoting these scams. And it gets a bit frustrating when we see the same people promoting the new scams. As they die, they rinse and repeat, use the same thing. They tell everyone that they are not responsible for for what happened, and they're in the same boat as you. We name and shame these individuals because they should have never been promoting it in the first place. And we've had hours of conversations with people who realize they have now been part of a scam, and they want to take they want to be removed from my list of name and shame, or what do they call it, persons of interest list. And we refuse to, because you cannot rob a bank, be part of the robbery, and then decide that afterwards you regret your decision. You're going to be labeled with this for the rest of your life. As I worked through the Utah Division of Securities order, one detail kept standing out. This is not simply a case of people sharing referral links online and promoting an opportunity through social media. According to regulators, Richard and his darling wife helped create a physical BG Wealth presence in Utah. Now, I can't wait to look at Queen Akama's video, because she's going to be really showing you Thaddeus and how he and his mate Clornidias, whatever the other guy, we have actually got their names in here, and I think it would only be fair to bring them up. I can do it. I can't just show my name and shame list these days because it's getting a bit complicated. But there was another individual that was heavily involved when this was all going down, and this guy here, he claimed that he was going to crucify me if I didn't, because I didn't know what I was talking about, and he was going to basically come after me if I didn't stop calling him a scammer. Now, he's disappeared off the planet of the Earth, but he was good friends with Thaddeus. Thaddeus and him were opening up one of the centers for BG Wealth Sharing. They even offered me to fly me over first-class flights to the opening of the offices because they were so convinced. This particular guy offered me $1,000 from his own pocket, so he said, even though that wasn't correct, and he was going to create me a free BG Wealth Sharing account. All I had to do was log in 3 times a day to Bond Chat, which is an app that controlled by Chinese, well, not Chinese, but it's a terrible app where you just lose your identity, and basically they have full access to everything that you have on your tablet, phone, or whatever. Anyway, that's all I had to do, and he was going to spot me $1,000, create me an account, and basically set me on my path to financial freedom. Now, he's disappeared. He isn't one. I've got videos of him. Wouldn't be surprised if these videos get removed.
So as an educator, my job is to transform the next generation. And so I designed a series of algorithms to fix the problem. But one of the biggest...
So this guy's disappeared now. Don't know where he is. And that's not even on his own video channel, so he won't be able to remove that in a hurry. But my point is that these individuals were the face of the scam, and now they're being named and shamed. So the Investor Center, public events and promotion material designed to attract new participants. That matters because physical offices create trust, and that's why they wanted this is what these scams out of these human trafficking compounds are all about. They're all about taking it to another level every time. The audacity of being able to manage to fool some old guy, using the example of the guy we just showed you, into opening up a physical office and putting his name on a lease and even being responsible for paying the monthly fees, and they only pay once. It's the same with these cars. A lot of these cars are leased, and if the lease payments don't get paid, the car gets removed. But in the meantime, they've used the car to say, hey, look at this person, look what they've got. And they've used it to build more trust and more belief that the system is real, true, and genuine. Most people assume that if a company is openly operating from a commercial premises, hosting ribbon-cutting ceremonies and inviting the public through its doors, then someone must have checked whether the business is legitimate or not. Investors naturally lower their guard, and when they can see a real office, meet real people, and participate in organized events, it creates the impression of stability, transparency, and long-term commitment. According to the Utah order, the Cheas opened an investor center for BG Wealth Utah following a major Salt Lake City event. Regulators urged the facility was used as a location for recruiting meetings and recruitment activities connected to BG Wealth Sharing. Visitors were reportedly encouraged to tour the office and learn more about the opportunity. The division's findings became even more interesting when examining what the visitors were what they allegedly saw inside. According to the order, the office featured displayed the same BG Wealth Sharing SEC certificates. So they were claiming that they were SEC approved. So they had these certificates that we saw on their website, which were actually, still there. Now, I'm just going to get a bit distracted here, but I think it's important. I just want to show you this BO Wealth Sharing. It's so confusing my life at the moment. But if we come to this BO Wealth Sharing blog that I'm going to do tomorrow, and you come down and you will see this here, the certificates that we're talking about. Now this is BO Wealth Sharing, okay? And now we're going to open up their brochure, and in their brochure you can see the very same certificates that we saw for BG Wealth Sharing, and you can see they don't even issue these certificates. You don't get a certificate like this. And then you've got the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, Department of Treasury. There's, correspondence. You've got certificate of document filed, Office of the Security, State of Colorado. I don't even know what these certificates are, but I'm just giving you an example. They've got a company that's meant to be registered called PO Wealth Sharing Pty Limited. It tells you the registration date, even though they're claiming they're going back from 2018. The registration date is 2025. And, this is a different company using exactly the same stuff. But when these individuals print this stuff out and poke it up on the wall, it's absolutely crazy. Okay, so that appeared throughout the company's marketing material and online presentations. So what they did is they brought the presentation of the company and brought it to the real world by framing it and putting it on the wall. So this is what's so good about going after Richard and his wife, because it's showing you that they didn't play a passive role. They played an active role at building credibility and creating trust for you and peace of mind before you invested. Regulators urged these certificates were part of the broader effort to create the appearance of regulatory legitimacy. The same documents appeared in the background of presentations featuring the company's spokesman, Professor Stephen Beard. So they promoted a fake character, which is just absolutely batshit crazy, and were repeatedly used to reassure investors that BG Wealth was operating lawfully when it wasn't. This is where the investors need to pay attention. Many people hear the letters SEC and immediately assume a regulator, I can't even say it because I'm so twisted.
Regulator.
Has reviewed the company, approved the business model, and verified that everything is operating as advertised. In reality, scammers frequently exploit that assumption by displaying official-looking documents, registrations, and filings that sound impressive but do not provide the protection investors believe they do. The Utah Division especially urges that BG Wealth's website depicted fake SEC certificates while claiming authority to manage capital within the United States. Regulatory future, I can't even read this. I'm a bit flustered today. I'm just going to finish up these systems here.
Regulators further allege these materials were used to support claims of legitimacy and compliance. The Investor Center wasn't just a meeting place. According to the order, it also served as a recruitment tool.
Yeah, so it's just all about recruitment, but it is crazy now when you look back. But at the time, we had these individuals that I just showed you in our persons of interest list yelling at me on our live broadcast, telling me that I didn't understand what I was talking about. Well, I'm pretty sure they know I really do now understand what I'm talking about.
Regulators allege that the Cease distributed printed brochures that closely replicated content from the BG Wealth website. Those brochures reportedly promoted long-term investments, stable income, and the promise that members could generate reliable returns by following the guidance of Professor Stephen Beard. The division notes that these printed materials relied on the same SEC-related representations that appeared elsewhere throughout BG Wealth's marketing.
Wow. You know, I mean, this Stephen Beard stuff is ridiculous. And that's why tomorrow's broadcast is going to be a bit of a hoot and a laugh, because we're going to look at something that's exactly the same but different.
Looking back now, the Investor Center represents one of the most fascinating aspects of the entire BG Wealth story. The websites were constantly changing, the domains kept moving, the leadership remained largely anonymous. Yet in Utah, investors could walk through the front door of a physical office, shake hands with local promoters, and be shown documents that allegedly reinforced the illusion that everything was legitimate.
Yeah, and that's what it's literally doing. It's basically those centers are designed, and the scammers, you know, imagine being running a human trafficking compound, knowing that individuals that are running them are local, and they're using these people like mules. This is like the cartel to actually do their dirty work for them while they scam somebody from a human trafficking compound under duress. I mean, what is the world actually coming down to? This last paragraph.
That combination of physical presence and perceived regulatory credibility may have been one of BG Wealth Sharing's most effective recruitment tools.
Yeah, so they basically, you know, acknowledged that this was a cunning plan, and the government's reporting on it. Meantime, the Cheas are probably looking at this thinking, "Oh my God, I thought it was real," and they've just basically margarined, put butter on top of a rough surface, and told you that it's, I don't know what it is, but they've just managed. They can't. How can these people claim that everything they said at the time they genuinely thought was real?
The 2,300-person event that put Utah on the map by early 2026 BG Wealth Sharing was no longer operating as a niche online opportunity discussed inside private chat groups and Zoom calls. The organization was becoming increasingly ambitious. Promoters were talking about expansion, leadership growth, regional offices and large-scale public events. The message being delivered to members was clear. BG Wealth Sharing was not shrinking, it was growing. Not only was it growing, but it was supposedly doing so at a pace that critics simply could not understand.
Okay.
Yeah, no, cool. I found my video, which we'll have a look at the moment, because this is going to be quite current, and I'm real thankful for everyone that helped me find that in a hurry. Appreciate that. But I'm just going to have a quick look over here while we're listening to this, because I just want to make sure that we've got the right video, and I want to show you what's coming up.
There you go.
Yeah, so this guy here, if you know this individual, we would love to know who he is, his name, rank, serial number, because we're going to actually watch his video and the advice that this guy is giving people. Now, just imagine this. Your government, your country, your state has put out all these warnings. We've got maybe 14, 15, 16, maybe 20 government warnings out there. And this guy is still trying to help people get their money back by signing up for another platform. And that's what we're going to have a look at in a few minutes, which is absolutely batshit crazy. So I assume that we actually read that paragraph, because I hope so. If not, you have to go read the blog yourself. But I just wanted to make sure we did, so we'll carry on from here.
Then came the event that would become one of the most significant milestones in the entire BG Wealth timeline. According to the Utah Division of Securities, Richard and Sumana Chea organized a major live event in Salt Lake City on April 13, 2026, an event that reportedly attracted approximately 2,300 attendees. The scale alone is remarkable. Most investment opportunities struggle to fill a hotel conference room. BG Wealth Sharing was claiming attendance numbers that rivaled major business conventions. What makes this event particularly important is not simply the number of people who attended, it is the timing.
See, even myself, I've stuffed up on that. So they had approximately 2,300 attendees. The reason why I got confused is there's another scam out there at the moment called Global Gold Coin. And they have booked themselves a venue where they're going to have 1,000 people there. People like Larry Lane. If I say Larry Lane, Bob will probably pop up on screen. But they're now hosting these events. So we go to the venues and we say, you're about to host an event for GGC token. And they've booked it. And you've taken a deposit from them. And we ask these venues to verify that they are hosting some shocking event. 2,300 people turned up at this event. Now, I can't say that the event is guilty or associated or part of, but where does the buck stop? Where do these venues not have some... Now, literally, there's a place called the Novotel Christchurch Airport, and there was a scam called Wee Global, and the newspaper was there. I went there an hour before they started the event. Even the chief organizer of the event chickened out coming to New Zealand because I was on to him. He literally held the plane up in Sydney while they took his luggage off, because I told another guy that he was associated with that the FMA in New Zealand had put out a warning, and if he turns up in New Zealand, he's going to be arrested. Don't come. We rang up the venue. We rang up two other venues that were about to run an event at. The two other venues in Australia actually cancelled the events, or maybe the scam promoted it because they were blown. We blew them out of the water. Anyway, the Novotel, literally a few minutes away from where I live, decided to host the event anyway. So then all the news crew turned up with the cameras. It was amazing. But the venue was never held accountable for running the event. At what point do event organisers need to actually verify? Like Bet David just hosted Goliath Ventures. They paid $1 million for naming rights, and he put them throughout their whole event. And now that $400 million Ponzi scheme and scam has fallen over, And people are saying to Patrick, well, you should give the money back. And he's going, oh, I'm a billionaire and I didn't profiteer from it, and all this sort of carry on. But in the meantime, it endorsed what these people were doing. And these venues, if you went to an event that had 2,300 attendees and it was held at some prestigious foyer of some hotel in America, surely that gives it credibility. And if these event organizers aren't going to do some simple research and research the people that are employing them to run these events, I think this is where things need to change. Now, remember, the insanity rule is doing the same old thing, expecting different results. Now, if I'm a vigilante, I don't know if that's the right word for me, but if I'm somebody who sticks their neck out at the top of the cliff, at what point do we keep waiting for the governments to issue these warnings before we actually listen to common sense? I mean, at what part does somebody at a venue that's hosting 2,300 not do some simple due diligence beforehand and raise some red flags? So these companies' websites, maybe they should say, what's the name of your website? Who is running the company? Who is the CEO? Can we speak to them on the phone? All these simple things they could have done. Because now what I'm looking at is we're looking at a venue that must be a little bit red-faced. And they could have taken the dinners and the accommodation of these people because they needed it. But I think it's disgusting. That's what I'm sort of getting at. I think I've done that. Let's carry on reading. It's timing. We're going to listen to that.
It is the timing. According to the Utah order, the event took place after the Cease had already received communications from regulators, including investor alert information and notification that their involvement with BG Wealth Sharing was being investigated. The division further states that the Cease had been informed of warnings issued by regulators in multiple jurisdictions outside the United States. Despite this, the event proceeded and BG Wealth's expansion efforts continued. That creates one of the most important questions in this entire investigation. What level of due diligence was being performed before encouraging thousands of people to attend these events and potentially invest?
Wow, I think I just took the words out of my own mouth. I do write these. I have them written. I use AI a lot. The amount of work that goes into my blogs before I publish them is insane. But I do use AI to put it together and make sure it's well balanced. And then I challenge AI. It does not mean I sit here for 1 minute and say, write me a blog about BG Wealth Sharing. I gather screenshots, testimonials, facts. And I tell it to make sure I don't go over the line, and then it spits out basically what I'm thinking. And I sit here and I read this and think I couldn't agree with this more. No doubt you are similar right now, but let's carry on reading.
Because by this stage, questions surrounding BG Wealth Sharing were not coming solely from independent investigators, whistleblowers or skeptics online. Regulatory concerns were already beginning to emerge, yet the public message being delivered to members remained overwhelmingly positive, focused on growth, opportunity and the future of the business.
Yeah, so according to the Utah order, attendees at the Salt Lake City event were treated to a, this is so funny, virtual, is that the right word, virtual? Virtual presentation by Professor Stephen Beard. I can only imagine if I worked at the venue and all of a sudden I see this character come up on the screen that looks like AI. When I say AI, you probably think, well, he interacted. I mean, you've got to be following some of the tech stuff that's coming out now, ladies and gentlemen, because I could put a screen over my face with probes on it and I could digitally change what I look like as I talk to you. Now, to actually take my face and put another person's face on it, which would be very sad for that other person's face, but it requires a lot of CPU, a lot of data to actually make that happen. And that's why you can't get 4K or even 1080K broadcast with high quality, because it's processing and it's taking too much energy. So when you look at these videos and you see poor quality videos, that is usually the red flag you need to look for. Not listen to the words. And even when you listen to the words, the way they pronounce words is wrong. I mean, they don't even pronounce in proper English. Or if they have a British accent. It sounds so bad. But everyone seemed to ignore this. But if I was serving drinkies and I was working at this venue and they popped up on the large screen and you saw 2,300 people looking at this large screen like Stephen Beard is somebody like a crypto genius, you would think you're at a religious cult. I love the comment in the chat room here where it says, if you say Larry Lane 3 times, Larry Lane, Larry Lane, Larry Lane, Bob appears. Bob loves Larry Lane.
According to the Utah order, attendees at the Salt Lake City event were treated to a virtual presentation by Professor Stephen Beard, the mysterious figure who had become the public face of BG wealth sharing. Beard was frequently presented as a highly experienced financial expert with international credentials. However, regulators state they were unable to verify the existence of a person matching the background being promoted to investors.
Yeah, and I got somebody today on my LinkedIn send me a picture of somebody who looks very similar to this PO wealth sharing individual I was talking to, and I have to laugh when I see that.
That alone should have triggered alarm bells. Yes.
So, there's so many things. I mean, I don't, like, it's all very well to say hindsight's a wonderful thing, but this is not hindsight. This was on the front of the bus. Every time you went in and you got on the bus with BG Wealth Sharing, somebody gave you a ticket. And on the ticket, it had, this is the scam written all over it. Government warnings all over it. They handed you paraphernalia that you'd see, and a lot of people just ignored that because their friend said ignore it. So next time your friend says the building is on fire, then you need to get out. Or do you, if your friend says, don't listen to the fire alarm goes off all the time. There's no real fire. And you're going, but I can smell the smoke. And your friend goes, no, that's not smoke. That's a barbecue. That's a barbecue. Stephen Beard is having a barbecue. I mean, is this what you want to believe? Is this your chronological, whatever your mind, cognitive, whatever mind? Is this what you're thinking? Is that where your brain's got to these days, that you don't challenge what doesn't make sense? Are you really sitting here thinking, I'm going to believe this? I need to believe this. I have to believe this. I need to believe this because I want. I was talking about it with somebody I care about today, and we're tired. We're exhausted. We're perplexed. We can't find our way, like it's my partner, right? So both of us have struggled financially for a long time, but not all time. We have had successful, owned 5 houses, partners owned 5 houses, we've paid big mortgages. I had a mortgage for $1 million once, and I was quite happy to pay the $4,500 a month mortgage that I was paying. I've done it. I've had flash cars, I've had convertible cars. I've owned 10 brand new cars in a row. The only car I've ever owned, I've owned 2 cars in my life. When I say owned, not had any money, I've got one in the garage now. It's worth about $15,000. Bought it new for $33,000, and that's it. And that's the only asset I have. So we're tired, and we're trying to get ahead as well. Now, my clientele is me. We're all the same. The idea of having a passive income is just beautiful. But because your friends, what you've been sold isn't a cut and paste crypto opportunity, it's not. What we're actually selling you is a passive income. It's like when I was brought up in a religious cult, they told me I was going to live in a paradise earth. Nothing else mattered. It didn't matter anymore. It didn't matter what happened in the world. It didn't matter if there's earthquakes and famines and wars, because it didn't matter because it's only here temporarily. But the problem is a lot of these opportunities are all about passive incomes. And they're telling you that you can get a passive income and it will give you financial freedom. So what they're selling is financial freedom. And all of a sudden, everything, all the noise that you get told is just called negative noise. Negative Nancy's, Karens are telling you what you want. They're telling you things that you don't want to hear, and you're only focusing on things you want to believe. And that's what trust is. And all these are about trust. So whether an investment opportunity revolves, is that right? Revolves around a central personality, investors should be able to independently verify who that person is. There should be no mystery about who that person is. Now, when you watch the Olympics and you watch all those those people win those awards, do you sit here and question whether they really exist or not? Or if you're watching Bill Gates on TV, do you sit there and look at it and think, is that real? Have you seen Elon Musk in any of those videos where they've ripped off his whole personality and his whole persona and they broadcast him on YouTube? And then you're sitting here thinking, that doesn't look real. That doesn't sound like what he says. I mean, we don't have it very often, does it? But it does happen. But what I'm saying is majority of TV that you see or videos that you see, there's no questioning whether it's the real person unless you see a little bit of flicker or a little bit of blurriness. And then you start to question it. Or what they say isn't really what you would think them say. Then you question it. But just because you can see it, touch it, smell it, whatever you want to do with it, you just sit there blindly believe it's true. When do you start questioning that what you're listening to doesn't make sense? When does 3% per day return on your investment not make sense? Or does it make sense? When does somebody need your money to make a lot of money for you? Like, why don't they loan people the money? I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I'm saying you've got to wake up, guys. You've got to start questioning this stuff. And that's probably a good time to check out my website. If you go to my website, you'll see these orange boxes on the right-hand side, and we've got ebooks available. These ebooks are designed to help you, and people are starting to purchase them, which I'm really pleased about, not because of the money, but when you donate to me and my Avengers for the work that we do. Instead of just buying us a $5 cup of coffee, which we're really grateful for to help us continue doing what we do, you can actually purchase one of these books. The Investment Scam Survival Guide. If you're going to invest online, you need to have one of our guidebooks. It's a PDF. You can share it with whoever you like. Once you've got it already invested, your exit and damage control guide. How do you get out of these schemes once you're invested? Do you have to go down with the ship? The red flag playbook. What are all the red flags? I've got a red flag sitting here in my office, right? And I wave it furiously. People saying, why are you not listening to the red flags? Why do you want to ignore these red flags? Why did somebody tell you to ignore the red flags? Why is it you can't go into these Zoom meetings and ask a question? Why is it you can't use the chat room? Is it because the Avengers are in there causing havoc? Don't know. The Recovery Scam Survival Guide, or the Recruitment Trap. Your friend that you haven't seen for years knocks on your door. G'day, Danny. How are you? So nice to see you. So nice to see you. Nice. Have I got an opportunity for you? I was thinking about you the other day. And I think this would be a good opportunity for you. I really care about you. I've signed up and I've put all my life savings into it, and I reckon you should do the same. And 2 months later, when it all falls over, they come back to you and they go, I lost all my money. I thought it was real and true and genuine. And you go, but you recruited me into it. Stop it. Don't do it. Buy one of those guides if you want to support us, and wake up. Smell the coffee. Whether an investment opportunity involves around the I think it's and holds, what are we saying? What qualifications do they hold? Whether the claims can be made out to be accurate. Yeah, so whoever is trying to verify, I'm just going to read this, get myself back on the flow.
Whenever an investment opportunity revolves around a central personality, investors should be able to independently verify who that person is, where they worked, what qualifications they hold, and whether the claims being made about them are accurate. The deeper investigators looked into Professor Stephen Beard, the more difficult it became to verify the narrative being presented to members.
So if I went to LinkedIn, right, this is what I do all day long. I go to LinkedIn, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to search if that ever loads, and I search for Stephen Beard. And what comes up? A lady called Stephanie Beard. Stephen Beard. So I'm now looking through the internet here, and I'm looking for someone called Stephen Beard. And I'm thinking, wonder if his name's Steve Beard. And I come through here and I can't find him. So Stephen Beard is meant to be an absolutely amazing legend. And all of a sudden, I can't find a digital footprint anywhere. That's the red flag in itself there. So the more difficult it has become to verify, the narrative begins. Have I read that? I have. No, yes, I have. Yet inside BG Wealth community, those concerns appear to be to have little impact. So when you brought up those questions, they just distinguished it like a fire or a furnace. The Salt Lake City event became a celebration of growth, momentum, and success. To supporters, it appeared to validate everything they have been told. Large crowds, create powerful social proof. When hundreds of thousands of people gather together and appear excited about the opportunity, it becomes wolf pack mentality, I call it. It becomes easier for individuals to silence their doubt and follow the crowd. That's precisely why these events matter. They do not simply recruit new investors, they reinforce beliefs among existing investors. Looking back now, Salt Lake City event may represent a high water mark for BG Wealth Sharing's public expansion in the United States. The organization appeared stronger than ever. The leadership appeared confident. The crowds were growing. The offices were opening. The belief, the celebration, regulators were already paying attention, and the concerns they were documenting would soon become impossible to ignore. So that's kind of sad in a way, because we blow the whistle on this stuff way out of the gate, and I've never seen any opportunity that I've investigated not be a real investment opportunity. Not one of the opportunity things that I have ever invested actually have I ever been red-faced at. Now, I can go through the list of promoters and tell you, even today, we've got this individual sitting on another screen over beside me, looking at me right now, who's going to tell you the new financial paragraph. I can't even read the words. Fintech, tax, debt. He's using Bitcoin in there. But what he will be promoting, his name is Brian Fraiser. So Brian Fraiser is in here helping people even get deeper in the shit that he's put them in. And that's all part of him using his exit strategy, no doubt. Now, I haven't listened to this video, but we are going to listen to it soon. And if you are watching the replay of this, you probably will need to go to the live section and find that video. The regulatory warnings that kept mounting. One of the most common misconceptions investors have when a scheme collapses is nobody could have seen it coming. This simply isn't true. You can sit here and say, I thought it was 100% true and genuine. I ignored everyone, all the noise around me, but not in this case. Long before Utah Division of Securities issued an emergency order, warning signs had already begun appearing around the world. Regulators, investors, and Danny DeHeck and his team of Avengers, whistleblowers, and critics were raising concerns about BG Wealth Sharing, while promoters continued reassuring members everything was operating exactly as promised. I have seen this pattern countless times. At first, the warnings are dismissed. Supporters claim regulators do not understand cryptocurrency and it's decentralized, and they don't like it because it's stealing money from the government, whatever reasons. Critics are labeled as negative Nancy's, Karens, whatever you want to call us. Whistleblowers are accused of spreading misinformation. I even got accused the other day on a YouTube channel that people who have YouTube channels simply do videos and make up lies because they want to get clicks, and they'll do whatever it takes. So basically, any YouTuber out there that publishes anything about financial opportunities just makes up a whole bunch of lies so that you click on my videos and I make YouTube dollars. That's the only reason I get out of bed in the morning. That's what I got told by a person that I was doing an interview with. If you go back my last live, I think it was, we've got a guy in a Zoom meeting telling people that's why I get out of bed in the morning. Anyone asking difficult questions were told they are attacking the opportunity that is helping ordinary people achieve financial freedom. The more warnings appear, the more questions emerge. Eventually, the gap between the public narrative and the available evidence becomes impossible to ignore. According to the Utah order, regulators specifically noted that Richard and his lovely wife had been informed about concerns surrounding BG Wealth Sharing and had received information regarding the warnings issued by regulatory bodies outside the United States. Despite the division urges the promotional activities, recruitment efforts continued. So there you go. So our lovely friend, Richard, was warned and chose to ignore those warnings. That was what was in the emergency cease and desist warning that they published after the fact. That detail is important because it changes the conversation. This was no longer a situation where concerns existed only within obscure corners of the internet, but this stage questions about, I'm going to have to read it because it's starting to get tongue-wide twisted. Let's go into it.
By this stage, questions about BG Wealth Sharing had reached government agencies and financial regulators. The concerns were becoming part of the public record. Yet if you watched many of the promotional presentations being circulated at the time, you would have seen a very different story. Investors were being shown growth.
Hey, thank you very much for the nice comments. Good evening to you as well. Good afternoon for me. Yeah, so investors were being shown success stories. Investors were being shown expanding teams, larger events, and ambitious plans for the future. What they were being shown were the growing concerns surrounding what they were not being shown is the growing concerns around the business model itself. One of the most troubling aspects in my investigation into BG wealth sharing was the way legitimate and due diligent questions were often threats of attack. So anytime you ask any questions about anything, and I've had arguments, I've done probably, 35 videos on this at the moment, and I've interviewed promoters one-on-one. Now, I haven't ever interviewed Gaga, but I have received a cease and desist letter from her telling her that I didn't have my information correct. Isn't that crazy? But when it comes to Thaddeus, I have emailed the Cheas, but I haven't actually had any response or phone calls with them. But we could do a wee phone call if we want. I probably do have his phone number sitting here on my desk somewhere. Licensing, trading activities, corporate ownership, and regulatory oversights were frequently brushed aside in favour of testimonials and withdrawal screenshots, and that's why they use Bond Chat. Now, Bond Chat was telling everyone that if you want to withdraw, you withdraw your money. When you withdraw your money, take a screenshot and you must post it to the community. Love bombing the community with proof of testimonials that withdrawals are happening, exactly what the scammers want to happen. But testimonials are not evidence. The person receiving the money from the platform does not prove the underlying business model was legitimate. A successful withdrawal does not prove the profits are coming from external trading activity. And that's what everyone seems not to remember with these new opportunities. They seem to be more hell-bent about signing up for a new platform and being able to continue to do the cut and copy trading. Now, there is no such thing as cut and copy trading. It is some sort of thing that you've got climatized into thinking is real, true, and genuine. Sure, there may be ways of cut and pasting text. I love cut and paste. I live in cut and paste, but there's no such thing in my knowledge of anything like cut and paste tasting in the way that they are claiming it happened. So what that means is 3 o'clock in the morning, every day, exactly the same time, you do not get a team of what they claim 900,000 people to cut and paste the same text into the same position and get the same results. It doesn't work like that. There's no such thing as at 9 o'clock or 3 o'clock or 12 o'clock that you cut and paste trading and everything on the internet works on that timetable. Can you imagine going to the train station? Well, you probably can imagine going to the train station, and every single day at 12 o'clock the train leaves. This is not how crypto works. That is how a train station works. This is not a train station. This was cut and pasting trading. And they were claiming that every day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, or whatever time it was, that you just cut and paste this text and the train would leave and you'd get the same result every time. In fact, you will get 99.6% guarantee that if you cut and paste that text into that, it's going to go away and do some state-of-the-art trading where it's going to change your life eventually. Now, if it was that state-of-the-art, why does it need you to either, two things, pay money to be pay to play, and the second thing, why couldn't it just automate that whole process? And if this was such an amazing thing, then why doesn't the company just use its own money and do trade and make itself a gazillionaire company? Why does it need your money? It's pretty easy now, isn't it? But you know that now, right? That's why the regulatory warnings matter. They force investors to look beyond the excitement, beyond the marketing, beyond the stories being shared inside the community. They force people to ask the question that promoters often prefer not to. The Utah Division's findings suggest regulators had reached the point where those unanswered questions could no longer be ignored. While members continued celebrating growth and expansion, investigators were documenting concerns about unregistered security, unlicensed activities, alleged misrepresentations, and what they ultimately described as a large-scale international cryptocurrency multi-level marketing Ponzi operation that covered everything. Look back, the warnings were not isolated incidences. They were pieces of the larger puzzle. The puzzle that was becoming increasingly difficult for promoters to explain away. Yeah. And at the center of many of those concerns was the figure that had become synonymous with BG wealth sharing itself, Professor Stephen Beard. So we're going to have a look at this part here. Now, this is a bit of a waffle, so I'm actually going to get it read. But the reason I get it read is because I want to document this in my histories, because one day I'm going to, not that I've got kids, one day we're going to look back at this and I'm going to laugh and go, look, you've got to go listen to this video. And I do long form content, and I reckon that some people are going to stop watching Netflix one day and start watching my videos. So I don't want to miss any part of my blogs, just in case you can't find my blog for whatever reason. But let's have a listen to this one.
The mystery of Professor Stephen Beard. Every major investment scheme seems to have a central figure that investors are encouraged to trust. Sometimes it is a charismatic CEO. Sometimes it is a celebrity endorsement. Sometimes it is a successful-looking entrepreneur positioned as the genius behind the operation. For BG Wealth Sharing, that figure was Professor Stephen Beard. Throughout the rise of BG Wealth Sharing, Beard was presented as the man behind the success story. Investors were told he possessed extensive financial expertise. He appeared in presentations, webinars and promotional material. His image appeared throughout the organization's marketing, and members were encouraged to believe they were benefiting from the knowledge and experience of a seasoned financial professional. The problem was that the deeper I looked, the harder it became to independently verify who he actually was. That should concern every investor. When somebody is being presented as the driving force behind an investment opportunity, handling millions of dollars in investor funds, basic due diligence should be straightforward. There should be a verifiable employment history. Professional credentials should be easy to confirm. Public records should support the claims being made. Independent sources should be able to verify the person's background. Yet throughout my investigation, those questions remained largely unanswered. According to the Utah Division of Securities, Professor Stephen Beard was promoted as a British national who had previously worked for the International Monetary Fund, IMF. That claim carried enormous weight inside the BG wealth community, because it created the impression that investors were being guided by someone with genuine international financial expertise. However, regulators state that their investigation found no such person with a verifiable affiliation to the IMF. That finding strikes at the heart of BG Wealth Sharing's credibility, because if investors were persuaded to trust the platform based on Beard's alleged expertise, then the obvious question becomes, who exactly were they trusting? This is where the story becomes even more unusual. Many members never met Professor Stephen Beard in person. Instead, they were introduced to him through carefully produced presentations, videos and online appearances. As time went on, increasing questions emerged regarding whether Beard was even a real individual or simply a character being used to front the operation. Critics raised concerns. Whistleblowers raised concerns. Investigators raised concerns. Yet inside the BG wealth community, questioning Beard often attracted the same response as questioning the company itself. People were told to focus on results. People were told to look at their account balances. People were told to stop being negative. But credibility is not established by account balances on a screen. Credibility comes from transparency, verification and evidence. The Utah order also notes that the same fake SEC certificates allegedly used to create legitimacy around BG Wealth Sharing frequently appeared in the background of Beard's presentations. According to regulators, these materials formed part of a broader effort to portray BG Wealth as operating with regulatory approval and authority that the division alleges did not exist. Looking back, one of the most remarkable aspects of the BG Wealth story is how much trust was placed in a man who appears to have left so little verifiable evidence of his existence. Thousands of investors deposited money. Thousands of investors followed instructions. Thousands of investors believed they were participating in a sophisticated trading operation, led by an experienced financial professional. Yet regulators now say they were unable to verify one of the central claims used to establish that credibility in the first place. That should serve as a powerful lesson for anyone considering any investment opportunity. Before trusting the promises, verify the people making them, because if the person at the center of the story cannot withstand basic due diligence, the rest of the story deserves much closer scrutiny as well.
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing something in the background, but you'll see why in a minute. Actually, what I'm doing, we're going into part 2 of this in a few minutes, but we've got a guy called Brian Fraiser. And Brian Fraiser, when I search for him, I find that he has actually been in a Zoom meeting for VYB, which is our beautiful assistant here, which is Megan Lynch. So what I'm getting at is the next stage of the meeting that we're going to go into is an individual that has been promoting BG Wealth Sharing and now offering people a way out, who's also been involved with YB scam, which is absolutely just crazy. But we will show that in a few minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to carry on reading. I'm going to build up a bit of profile on that individual I just talked about before we go live. Well, not live. And we also might even try to find some live Zoom meetings in a minute where we might gate crash. And g'day, Mr. Mincy. Nice to see you here.
The fake SEC certificates and the illusion of legitimacy. If there is one lesson investors should take away from the BG Wealth Sharing story, it is that official-looking paperwork is not the same thing as regulatory approval. Throughout my investigation, I repeatedly encountered promoters pointing to documents, registrations and certificates as proof that BG Wealth Sharing was legitimate. Whenever concerns were raised about the company, the trading activity or the leadership, supporters often responded by producing screenshots of filings and certificates that appeared to show the business was recognized by government.
Hey, Mr. Mincy, Alates, have a look at that certificate. Notice something wrong? You've just popped in here. I don't know if you've noticed. But if you have a look, there's all these certificates. Are you noticing the name? That's all I want to say. You might be a bit shocked. Yeah, go look at my tomorrow's blog. Not BO Wealth Sharing is the company here, which is crazy. But anyway, now where did we get up to? Approval authority. Although the information has repeatedly encountered promoters promote documents, regulators, certificates of BG Wealth Sharing was legitimate. So those were the documents that I just flashed up on the screen from another mirror-like scam using those certificates. So anytime you see those, look, I don't need to, if you want to deal with me, my name's Danny DeHeck Limited. I am a registered company here in New Zealand. You won't see me printing out my company certificate and put it on the wall if you come into my office, if you ever find where I live, so to speak, because it doesn't matter. You don't need to prove that you're a real company or a real entity to people to get credibility. I mean, it's just batshit crazy.
To the average investor, that can be incredibly persuasive. Most people do not spend their time studying securities law. They see the letters SEC and assume that a regulator has reviewed the company, approved its operations and confirmed that everything is above board. That assumption creates a dangerous shortcut in the decision-making process because it encourages people to stop asking questions.
Yeah, so we just busted a big $400 million scam in Florida called Goliath Ventures. And there was a company called BG Wealth Sharing. Sorry, not BG Wealth Sharing. It was called Web. Well, that's interesting. What's that one called? Wealth Management MD. Wealth MD. And Wealth MD had offices and they had the official plaques of like saying to people they were regulated financial advisors, even though no one in the office was a regulated financial advisor. And they claimed that they had in the office, they still had all the plaques claiming that they were, but no one in the office was. Isn't that crazy? And that's what these virtual or these real offices actually do. So, but as it said, you don't necessarily have to have these on the walls if you don't have to prove your credibility if you're real, true, and genuine. Notice scammers go to those extents.
According to the Utah Division of Securities, that trust may have been misplaced. The division alleges that BG Wealth websites displayed fake SEC certificates and represented that BG Wealth had authority to manage capital within the United States under federal law. Regulators further allege that copies of entity filings and related documentation were used to create the appearance of legitimacy and regulatory compliance. That allegation is significant because it strikes directly at one of the most effective marketing tools available to any investment scheme: borrowed credibility.
Yeah, it's like passing off, they call it.
Fraudulent investment opportunities rarely tell investors, trust us because we are unregulated. Instead, they attempt to associate themselves with respected institutions, government agencies, regulatory bodies and legal frameworks. The goal is simple: If investors believe regulators have already done the hard work of verifying the business, they are less likely to perform due diligence themselves.
How cool is that? I mean, like, it's all very well for me, my Avengers, to sit here and say, you guys need to sharpen up, but you guys need to sharpen up, don't you? I mean, all these techniques they use, really? Is this really what you needed to tick that box to hand over your money? Whenever you're handing over your money, you don't need us to tell you how to suck eggs. It's your money, you can do what you like with it. But really, did this give you, is it another... Have you ever seen that game where they have the boards that go back and forth? They slide up and down like this, right? And then they have different layers, and then you drop a coin and it falls over the edge, and then it pushes another one over, and then it falls over, and then eventually you get your money at the front of it. Are we all playing those type of machines? Where every little bit of this that ticks the box makes our brain go, it's real, it's true, it's genuine. Or your friend says, ignore the warning signs, and you go, it's true, it's real, it's genuine. I mean, what part does that push you over the edge? What part do you click that button and you send your money away? Or what I used to say is, a lot of people think they're cleverer than the scam. They know it's a Ponzi scheme, they know it's a scam, but they get caught up in it eventually anyway, because the scammers are so clever these days. You put just $100 down. The last scam that went, you put $500 down. Now they come up with a new scam that piggy banks onto the last scam, and you only put $100 down on it. And because you see a fake balance of $5,000 over here, and they ask you for $1 or $100 over here, you think, well, $100 to risk maybe getting $5,000 back? I'll pay it anyway. They're only after the $100 initially. It's like the Nigerian scam. Remember, you get the email and he's worth like $14 billion, and he just needs you to help him open up a bank account. But to open the bank account needs you to pay $100, $14 billion. I'm going to fork out $100. It's a no-brainer. And you give him your $100. He was only after the $100, and there's no $14 billion. That's how the Nigerian scams got traction. So at what point do you guys not wake up and realize that all these reassurance, that building trust stuff, you need to actually say, get out of my effing face and stop pushing me into a scam. And, it's not a scam. It's not a scam. At what point does that person waving their hand saying it's not a scam actually need to be slapped around the head or the back of the head? Where do you need to, when do we start bitch slapping these people that are promoting this crap? When do you have enough of these individuals coming after you?
According to the Utah order, these certificates did not just appear on websites. Regulators allege that the same materials appeared in the background of Professor Stephen Beard's presentations and were displayed inside the Utah Investor Center. Visitors walking into the office were reportedly exposed to the same imagery and representations that had already been circulating online. When viewed in isolation, a certificate hanging on a wall may seem insignificant.
I'm just looking at some of the T-shirts that we're creating at the moment. We've got a whole new look of avatars coming through at the moment, which is quite exciting. But we're actually going to look at now. You guys have all seen. I'm just going to look for a photo. I think there's a photo in my Avengers area where we actually had a picture of the new, well, not the new, but one of the AI characters. I want to see if I can find it. Well, while that's doing that, we might actually carry on reading because we're going to be here all day. Other words, we're just going to go not through independently audited. We'll just read this for now.
Not through independently audited financial records, not through verifiable trading performance, but through a carefully constructed collection of visual signals that encourage investors to believe somebody else has already done the verification for them. One of the most frustrating aspects of investigating schemes like BG wealth sharing is watching investors mistake paperwork for proof. A filing is not proof of profitability. A registration is not proof of legitimacy. A certificate is not proof that trading is occurring.
Yeah, you sort of got to get over it, guys, that just because you see a certificate, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, I can go register a company today that could be selling lolly water. Well, it could be selling water claiming it's Coca-Cola. I mean, that would be fraudulent. I could still set up a company called Lolly Water Coca-Cola Limited. Doesn't mean I'm legitimate.
And a document displayed on a wall is certainly not proof that investor funds are safe. The Utah Division ultimately concluded that the representations surrounding these certificates formed part of a broader pattern of conduct that warranted emergency intervention. The order alleges that investors were being presented with a false impression of regulatory approval, while continuing to be recruited into the opportunity. Looking back now, the fake SEC certificates were not a side issue. They were one of the pillars supporting the entire illusion, because if investors stopped believing the company was regulated, they would inevitably start asking the questions that mattered most.
Where is the trading? Did you guys not stop to who is controlling the money? And if the regulators had ever approved this, why were people being told it had? And if the regulators had never approved this, why were people being told it had? These are really important questions. Now, we are getting near the end of this, but this is one marathon blog, and I might have to tell ChatGPT not to get too carried away. But in the background, I'm going to find, while we're listening to this one, I'm actually going to find a picture of what we've got is this, the new AI thing, right? So we're going to go looking for this guy here, and I'm going to find his video, and then we are going to show you the background of his AI versus Stephen Beard's. So let's have a listen to this first. So where did the trading profits actually come from then? So if you haven't been kept up with current events, pal, this is where the money, so where did the money come from? How come some people did get money out of it? And if that convinced you that it was real, wouldn't you like to know where the money was really coming from? And that's the next section here.
Where were the trading profits coming from? Every investment opportunity eventually comes down to one simple question. Where is the money coming from? It is the question that cuts through the marketing, the testimonials, the excitement and the promises. It is also the question that many BG wealth sharing promoters seemed reluctant or unable to answer with independently verifiable evidence. Throughout the rise of BG wealth sharing, investors were told their profits were being generated through sophisticated cryptocurrency trading. Members followed daily signals, watched account balances increase, and were encouraged to believe that a team of experienced traders was producing consistent returns on their behalf. The entire business model rested on the idea that external trading activity was generating enough revenue to support the withdrawals, bonuses and growth being celebrated throughout the organization. The problem is that regulators say they could not find evidence supporting that narrative. According to the Utah Division of Securities, there was no evidence of actual trading activity taking place behind the scenes. Instead, regulators allege that BG Wealth Sharing and DSJ Exchange deployed a constantly shifting network of websites and domains, while presenting investors with simulated account growth. The order states that respondents used at least 39 different URLs as part of the operation while allegedly attempting to evade regulatory scrutiny and maintain the appearance of a functioning investment platform. That finding is absolutely critical, because if legitimate trading profits were not generating the returns being displayed inside investor accounts, then those returns had to be coming from somewhere else. This is where many investors become confused. People often point to successful withdrawals as proof that a platform is legitimate. I have heard this argument hundreds of times over the years. Somebody withdraws money, receives a payment and immediately concludes that the business model must be genuine. The reality is very different. Early withdrawals are often one of the most effective recruitment tools available to any investment scheme, because they create confidence and encourage participants to invest more money and recruit others. A withdrawal proves only one thing: it proves somebody received money. It does not prove where that money originated. Throughout my investigation into BG wealth sharing, I repeatedly asked promoters for evidence of real trading activity, not screenshots, not account balances, not testimonials. Actual evidence showing that external trading revenue existed at a scale capable of supporting the returns being advertised. Those questions rarely received satisfactory answers. Instead, conversations often drifted back to personal success stories, community growth, lifestyle achievements and examples of people who had successfully withdrawn funds. While those stories may have been genuine experiences, they did not explain the underlying source of revenue driving the system. The Utah order paints a picture that should concern every investor who participated in BG wealth sharing. Regulators allege that the operation used rapidly changing websites, simulated asset growth and fabricated legitimacy while continuing to recruit new investors. If those allegations are correct, then the numbers people were watching on their screens may have reflected little more than an illusion designed to encourage confidence and continued participation. Looking back, the most revealing aspect of BG wealth sharing was not the promises being made. It was the lack of independently verifiable evidence supporting those promises. Because if a company is genuinely generating extraordinary profits through trading, proving it should be relatively straightforward. When proving it becomes impossible, investors should start asking why, and by the time regulators reached their conclusions, those unanswered questions had become impossible to ignore.
Yeah, it's definitely a big blog, this one, and I'm not really sure if I need to continue with it all, but I think you get the idea that if anyone was looking for a bit of closure, they really should read the whole blog. So while I've been talking, I wanted to show you a couple of evidence about this PO wealth sharing. And this is a poor quality video of individuals who are doing a presentation. Now, this whole video looks to be done with AI to me because it doesn't make sense. But have a look at this first.
They pull all of the retail investors' money together in one big capital, and then it's invested. And the big question is, how do we make money? Everybody wants to know that. We use Vantapeak Finance. It's a platform that helps us make our money.
So,
members,
yeah. So there's, I don't know if it's real
all right, and how profits are divided.
or whatever it is, but this is a very bad thing. But anyway, this is the one. No, it's not the one I wanted. The one I wanted to show you was this one here. And this is the...
Hello everyone, this is Professor Daniel Davis. This Christmas season, I would like to take a moment to thank all members of the PO community. Thank you for your trust, support, as we continue to grow and achieve a rapid growth in East Asia and North America. I am very proud of what we are building together. I wish you and your family a wonderful Christmas, good health, and peaceful New Year.
Yeah, so this isn't the picture I've got, but I don't know where it is, but I did have a screenshot that we had yesterday, but because someone with 6 toes managed to put all these images into a place and flood my thing, I can't find the image I'm looking for, but there was an image of of this guy here called Daniel Davis, and he was sitting in front of a camera, which looked very much the same as Stephen Beard. And I think I'm not far away from finding it. I think, here it is. Okay, so where did you get that from? Oh, it must be this video. Let's have a look at this video. I did find it after all that. Take it back, 6 toes.
Next, I would like to invite a truly understanding member of our team, a talented, intelligent, passionate level 8 manager, Nikki. She will share a practical insight on how to solve everyday challenges, making investment and teamwork smoother and more efficient. Now, let's take out your phones and start, because every detail might impact your future income. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Nick.
Now, if you look at the back of his head around the glasses area, obviously it's a green screen that's behind it here, and you may sit here and go, oh, it's just a green screen. But if you have a look at the background, you see the certificates on the left-hand side, and then if you go through and find the other crap, not Gaggin, but if we went to Stephen, I have to do it now, Stephen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to read the next section of the blog because it's going to go on for ages otherwise, and listen to the 12% fee that made everyone think, is this a scam?
The collapse, the 12% fee and the HQI exchange escape plan for months. BG Wealth Sharing promoters reassured investors that everything was working exactly as intended. Members were encouraged to trust the process, follow the signals and remain patient. Account balances continued to grow on screen. Recruitment continued. Events continued. Public confidence remained high. Then the cracks started to appear. As withdrawal problems began surfacing, the narrative surrounding BG Wealth Sharing started to change. Investors who had previously been told that their funds were secure suddenly found themselves facing delays, restrictions and growing uncertainty. Questions that had once been dismissed as negativity became increasingly difficult to avoid. What happened next should concern anyone who studies investment fraud. Rather than providing transparent explanations supported by independently verifiable evidence, investors were presented with new obstacles that allegedly needed to be overcome before they could access their money. One of the most controversial developments involved demands that members pay what became widely known throughout the community as a 12% fee, or 12% tax before funds could be released. The explanation changed depending on who was telling the story. Some investors were told the payment was required for tax purposes. Others were told it was part of a compliance process. Different explanations circulated throughout bond chat groups, live streams, and private discussions. What remained consistent was the message that investors needed to send additional money before they could recover the funds they believed already belonged to them. That is a major red flag. Legitimate financial institutions do not typically require customers to send money upfront in order to access money they already own. Whenever an investment platform begins demanding additional payments before withdrawals can occur, investors should immediately pause and ask why. Unfortunately, the situation became even more concerning. According to the Utah Division of Securities, investors who had already lost access to their funds were subsequently directed toward a new platform called HQI Exchange. Regulators alleged that respondents attempted to sustain the operation by routing victims to the new platform while simultaneously promoting what the division describes as a secondary advance fee scheme, requiring investors to pay an additional $100 migration fee in order to recover their balances. This is where the story starts to look remarkably familiar to anyone who has investigated collapsed investment schemes before. When confidence in one platform disappears, another platform suddenly emerges. When withdrawals become impossible, a recovery solution appears. When investors begin losing faith, they are offered one final opportunity to save their investment. The names change, the websites change, the branding changes, but the underlying story often remains exactly the same. The Utah order suggests regulators were looking at the entire sequence of events, rather than viewing each development in isolation. Investigators specifically referenced the transition from BG Wealth Sharing and ESJ Exchange to HQI Exchange, alleging that the migration was being used to continue soliciting investors despite growing regulatory scrutiny and widespread public warnings. For many victims, this was the moment everything finally unraveled. The promises of financial freedom had become demands for additional payments. The confidence of earlier presentations had been replaced with explanations, delays, and migration instructions. The platform that was supposedly generating extraordinary trading profits now required investors to jump through increasingly complicated hoops simply to access their own money. Looking back, the collapse of BG Wealth Sharing was not defined by a single event. It was defined by a series of escalating explanations designed to keep investors believing for just a little longer. First came the trading story, then came the withdrawal delays, then came the 12% payment demands, then came HQI Exchange, and eventually, even that solution collapsed under the weight of its own unanswered questions. By the time the Utah Division of Securities issued its emergency order, regulators had reached a stark conclusion. Investors were facing what the division described as an ongoing advance fee scheme that continued exposing victims to further financial harm. For many investors, that warning arrived far too late, but it finally put into writing what critics, whistleblowers, and victims had been saying for months. The problem was never the platform. The problem was the story investors had been told to trust.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to go away and do stuff. We're creating a lot of cool little avatars that are popping up at the moment that you might be able to see. Look, if you guys, I think it's important for you guys to actually read this, and I think it's important that I carry on reading it. But I do want to break it up a little bit. So,
but I want to say,
Stephen Beard, like, look at the background of this image here, and then, not so much that one, not so much that one, not that one, and then look at the same shelves, the background. Now, see that white wall there? There was a video that I can't find. Oh, this might be it here. But this background wasn't like a green screen, and this wasn't like an image. It was like a movie. And you get that white strip you see here is similar to the white strip here. It's kind of like the same but different. And you look at those silly photos that they have, but just the certificate on the wall and the globe. So you come back to this one, and I did actually have these images here. Oh, I just added this one here. Nobody. I love this. I just added some extra stuff in here. I might just do one more. This one here. You know, it's just the same shit, different day. But I'm just going to do one more here because I'm actually going to comment on my own stuff and put that one in there as well. But if you look at all these images here, these, you know, we've got the same. And then one day you got books up here. This time you've got it on the slant. You know, like it didn't take long. And here you've got a completely different background altogether. So whatever you want to believe, guys, but the reality is that these are all poor 480 DPI images because the processor that the computer uses to create them, you know, and listen to the voice.
Today is this. When you join BG Wealth Sharing, you are actually entering a completely different circle. Here, you are exposed to a field that most people may never truly understand, even in their lifetime. The world of wealth and investment, right?
The world of wealth and investment, right? And you guys want to believe that. Wake up, hey? So the Utah investors people finally step in, right? So let's just get this one off our back. Let's see if we can go back to here without going too far. The Utah regulators finally step in at the bottom of the cliff.
Utah regulators finally step in for months. Critics were told they did not understand BG wealth sharing. Victims were told to trust the process. Promoters insisted withdrawals would resume. Problems would be resolved and the future remained bright. Then the Utah Division of Securities stepped in. On June 1, 2026, the division issued an emergency order to cease and desist against BG Wealth Sharing Limited. BG Wealth Sharing Limited, Liability Company, DSJ Exchange Pty Limited, HQI Exchange, Richard Chea and Sumana Chea. The order was not a routine warning or investor alert. It was an emergency enforcement action issued because regulators concluded that immediate intervention was necessary to protect the public. That distinction is important. Regulators do not typically invoke.
You know, like the 1st of June, for God's sake, it's just incredible. I mean, if I was running this country, right, and I saw this guy on here telling people what to do with their money, I would be sitting here looking at behind MLM, and I'll be looking at this one here, whatever he's published today. You know, these are all people that are out there in the community now that should be stopped. We don't need to sit here and wait till the 1st of June to be told to stop listening to these individuals. We should be going after these, you know, doing warnings. You know, we should employ Oz from behind MLM and go through all these people that are out there promoting this stuff on Zoom meetings and YouTube, on YouTube. YouTube should be told they're not allowed to host, like Poll Attention, Tensor, whatever it's called. I can't even pronounce it right now. It's a scam. I mean, we've already published a whole blog, a series about this. You know, we've got, you know, here's the very article that I'm doing right now is for use of a better word, Oz's version of what I'm doing. You know, why can we not go back? Let's think about this, you know, practically here. Let's just go back to Oz, who should be knighted by the king, as they say, and we go back to BG Wealth Sharing, right? Now, when did he first publish anything about BG Wealth Sharing? We're just going back here, BG Wealth Sharing, we're on 16th of May, all right? Now we're going back to January the 17th. Is this the first time? Maybe. We'll open that one up. Now we're going back to 8 days ago. It doesn't always work well. This is so January the 17th. Okay, Australia put out a warning about BG Wealth January the 17th. Okay, and here's, you know, people promoting it. This is his first warning. I presume this is the first warning. November the 18th. So Money Smart, which is Australia's financial regulator, it's the dumbest thing ever. Don't get me started. BG Wealth Sharing, click-a-button Ponzi, ran by Chinese scammers behind MLM, has documented hundreds of these scams since they first emerged back in 2021. So 2021. So now we click on that, and it goes back to September the 1st. Now, September the 1st was the day I started investigating Goliath Ventures. And we published our first article on the 3rd of September 2025. I was distracted about BG Wealth Sharing, but this actually started well before then. So why does it take the government? Oh, where's my mouse gone? Anyone see my mouse? It's on the screen somewhere. Pop up. All right, we're going to the corner. I've lost my mouse. Funny that. There it is. No, it's a problem. I need power. Give me power. So I'm just saying it's a bit funny. It's a little bit strange, this feeling inside, that here we are. My mouse has died. It's coming back. There it is. Got it back. So what I'm getting at, I think you know what I'm getting at. I mean, what the heck? No pun. Regulators don't just publish emergency warnings. They don't do anything.
That is extraordinarily strong language.
Ooh.
After reviewing the order, what struck me most was the scope of the allegations. This was not simply a complaint about a missing license or a technical regulatory violation. The division alleges that respondents were operating a large-scale international cryptocurrency, MLM Ponzi and advance fee fraud scheme that targeted Utah residents and investors around the world. Regulators further allege that investors were being lured through promises of compounding daily returns, misleading regulatory claims and aggressive recruitment efforts.
So is that what lured you into it? Was the claims? The financial freedom claims? I don't think so.
The order also paints a picture of an organization that regulators believed was actively adapting in an attempt to stay ahead of scrutiny. According to the division, BG Wealth Sharing and its related entities used rapidly changing domains, shifting platforms and evolving narratives while continuing to solicit new participants. Regulators allege that even after public warnings emerged and concerns intensified, recruitment activities continued through local events, promotional meetings and the Utah Investor Center. For Richard and Sumana Chea, this is where the story becomes particularly significant.
Yeah. So the order does not merely mention them in passing. That's the really cool thing about it.
It specifically identifies them as respondents and details what regulators allege was their role in promoting BG Wealth Sharing within Utah. According to the division, the couple acted as local agents, managers and recruiters while helping establish a visible physical presence for the organization. The order further references the Salt Lake City event, the Investor Center, promotional materials and continued recruitment efforts despite growing regulatory concerns.
That raises questions for every investor that they should be asking.
At what point does a promoter stop being someone who simply believed in an opportunity and become someone who bears responsibility for continuing to promote it?
I've been to Tasmania, and there's a place which has got a mile of bricks all lined in a row, and every brick has a name of somebody who's done a criminal activity. And one of them is a guy got 7 years in jail for stealing a silver hanky. Okay, so I think we've got soft. I mean, obviously there's not enough prisons, but where do these people, what point do we not make these people accountable for their actions?
That question is ultimately for regulators, courts and investigators to determine. What we do know is that the Utah Division believed the situation had reached a point where immediate action was required. The Cease and Desist order directed respondents to immediately stop offering or selling investments, stop marketing or recruiting for BG Wealth Sharing, DSJ Exchange and HQI Exchange, stop contacting investors and cease further violations of Utah securities law. The order also warned that violating the directive could expose respondents to additional legal consequences, including criminal penalties under Utah law.
Oh, bullshit. They will never do anything. They'll get away with it. They will walk.
Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the order is how closely it mirrors many of the concerns that critics, whistleblowers and victims had been raising for months.
Questions about Professor Stephen Beard, questions about trading, questions about regulatory claims, questions about recruitment, questions about movement from DSJ Exchange to HQI exchange. Questions about investors being asked whether to send additional money. The difference is how these questions are no longer being asked solely by skeptics on the internet. They are being documented by government secretary regulators. Yes, and that changes everything. Yeah, because the government starts asking the same questions that we've been asking, all of a sudden it has more clout, which is kind of ironic, really, because I reckon if people listen to myself and the Avengers way back in September the 1st or even earlier, remember, we go back to home here. We go back to Ponzi schemes and scams. This is where it started, way back in the CR Group, LLC. They did a test run here in New Zealand. I don't even know when we started documenting everything here. I mean, this goes back, I don't even know how to, when we started this file up, you know, probably my first video would be this one here. And this is, you won't believe this, but this is told that they need to scam people. 10 months ago, I started, so even 10 months ago is when I started reporting on what I believe at the time was BG Wealth Sharing. 10 months ago, everyone was telling me that they've been in BG Wealth Sharing for 2 or 3 years. And I said, anyone that says they've been in BG Wealth Sharing for more than 12 months is a friggin' liar. Because we know that BG Wealth Sharing started from CR Group LLC, which was a test ground here in New Zealand. And, you know, it's just ridiculous. And at that time, we weren't even really getting traction. We found, you know, so it's just like, it's just frustrating, you know. But anyway, now we're getting some action. So if you want to know where it started as CR Global LLC. It's not rocket science, it's the heck science. So I do love this part though here. So we've had response from these two individuals, and this is starting to turn into far too much of a blog, Danny, but it will be documented for the rest of their life. So let's have a listen to what they are now saying, if I can get to that point I need. So Richard, response, that matters.
Richard Chea's response, and the questions that remain. One of the advantages of documenting investigations as they unfold is that eventually people have an opportunity to respond. That is important. Too often, supporters of failed schemes claim that critics never sought their side of the story or ignored information that did not fit a predetermined narrative. I have never believed that accountability and fairness are mutually exclusive. If somebody wishes to explain their actions, provide additional context or challenge factual claims, they should be given that opportunity. According to reporting by Behind MLM, and a tip of the hat to Oz for his research, Richard Chea responded after the Utah Division of Securities issued its emergency order. In his response, Chea reportedly stated, "Without admitting any wrongdoing or liability, I have reviewed your claims and have taken steps to comply with your requests." He further stated that the referenced activity had been discontinued, related materials had been removed or disabled, and that he would ensure no future actions occurred that violated the concerns outlined by regulators. On the surface, that may sound reassuring. The problem is that by the time those statements were made, BG Wealth Sharing had already collapsed, DSJ Exchange had already failed, and HQI Exchange had already become the latest attempted solution for frustrated investors. The real questions are not about what happened after the collapse. The real questions are about what happened before it. Those are the questions victims deserve answers to. For example, when exactly did Richard and Sumana become aware of the concerns surrounding BG Wealth Sharing? When did they first learn about regulatory warnings being issued in multiple jurisdictions? What due diligence was performed regarding Professor Stephen Beard and the claims being made about his professional background? What evidence were they shown that convinced them the advertised trading activity was genuine? And perhaps most importantly, what steps were taken to independently verify the source of the returns being displayed inside investor accounts? These are not unreasonable questions. They are the same questions any responsible investor should ask before entrusting money to an investment opportunity. They are also the same questions promoters should be asking before encouraging others to participate. The Utah Division's order suggests regulators believed these concerns were serious enough to justify emergency intervention. Yet many investors were still being encouraged to trust the process, attend events, visit the Investor Center and continue believing that solutions were just around the corner. Another important question concerns the transition from BG Wealth Sharing to HQI Exchange. Who approved that migration? What due diligence was performed before investors were directed toward another platform? Why were members being encouraged to send additional funds if the underlying problem had supposedly been caused by external circumstances? And what evidence existed that HQI Exchange would succeed where BG Wealth Sharing and DSJ Exchange had failed? These questions remain largely unanswered. That does not automatically mean every promoter knowingly participated in wrongdoing. What it does mean is that good intentions alone are not enough. Throughout my investigations over the years, I have encountered many people who genuinely believed they were helping others while promoting opportunities that later collapsed. Some made money, some lost money, some became victims themselves. But regardless of intent, the consequences remain the same when ordinary people are encouraged to place trust in a system that cannot withstand scrutiny. The reality is that many victims are no longer interested in motivational speeches, explanations, or reassurances. They want facts, they want accountability, they want transparency, and they want to know how an opportunity that was promoted so aggressively, defended so passionately, and celebrated so publicly ended with regulators issuing emergency enforcement actions and investors struggling to recover their money. Those are the questions that still need answers, and they are not going away simply because the websites have disappeared.
So this one a hell of a long blog, and I wrote it just before I went away on holiday, and I've come back and I could have shortened it down a little bit, but as I've said many times in this broadcast, I just want to document everything. So interesting stuff has come out of this just while I'm working here. The wider network of BG Wealth Sharing promoters, one of the the reasons BG Wealth Sharing was able to spread so rapidly was was never promoted by just one person or two people. It was a whole multi-level marketing style investment scheme. So I'm just going to have to read it.
Like many MLM-style investment schemes before it, the operation relied on a growing network of recruiters, influencers, team builders, and community leaders who encouraged others to participate. Some hosted Zoom meetings.
Yeah, so they hosted Zoom meetings, they had Facebook groups, multiple Facebook groups, they had Twitter, everything you could think of, right down to Pinterest probably, no doubt. So with all these screenshots to give positive affirmations, while the Utah Division of Securities didn't specifically name Richard Chea and whatever his wife was in the emergency order, they were far away from only. Sorry, I'm just not in the flow of it. I'm just going to have to read it.
They were far from the only individuals publicly promoting BG Wealth Sharing. Over the course of my investigation, I archived videos, recorded live streams, collected screenshots, monitored social media activity, and reviewed countless hours of promotional content. Through that process, I observed a much wider network of individuals publicly supporting, promoting, or defending BG Wealth Sharing, DSJ Exchange, HQI Exchange, or related migration efforts.
It's important to be clear about what that means. The individuals listed below are not being identified here as respondents in the Utah action unless specifically named by regulators. The inclusion simply reflects that they were publicly observed promoting, recruiting, defending, or encouraging participation in BG Wealth Sharing at various stages of its growth and eventual collapse. That distinction matters. Being observed promoting an opportunity is not the same thing as being accused by regulators in wrongdoing. However, when thousands of investors lose money, it is entirely reasonable for the public to examine who helped promote the opportunity, what claims were being made, and whether those claims were supported by evidence at the time. Among the individuals publicly associated with the promotion of BG Wealth Sharing were, now here is a list of all the individuals that we saw promoting this heavily. These are not a light list of names that we just take for granted. Unfortunately, we've got people like Mark Baker, Lee Meadows. These are names of individuals that are still promoting this and think they have some right to tell you what to do with your crypto or what to do with your USDT or your US dollars. These are people. So all those names need to be there. And that's why this section of the blog is very important. So you can read through those.
Some of these individuals appeared repeatedly in recruitment meetings. Some built substantial teams. Some hosted events. Others played a more limited role. In many cases, I observed promoters assuring members that concerns surrounding BG wealth sharing were overblown, temporary, or the result of misinformation being spread by critics.
Yeah, so that's why this document matters.
When an opportunity is thriving, promoters are often proud to publicly associate themselves with it. They celebrate growth, share success stories, and encourage others to join. When the opportunity collapses, however, the narrative frequently changes. Videos disappear, social media posts are removed, websites vanish, explanations evolve.
Yeah, so I've got another name which I'm going to add into the list in a few minutes, but public record becomes incredibly important during the transition.
That is one reason I archive presentations, preserve recordings, and collect evidence while events are unfolding, not because I expect every promoter to have acted dishonestly, but because memories become unreliable once money is lost and difficult questions start being asked. The reality is that BG wealth sharing did not grow because of websites alone. It grew because people promoted it, people defended it, people reassured others that it was safe, people encouraged friends, family members, and community members to trust it. And as regulators continue investigating the wider operation, it would not be surprising if additional questions are asked about the roles various promoters played in helping the organization expand throughout the United States and beyond. Whether any further regulatory action emerges remains to be seen. What is already clear is that the story of BG wealth sharing is far larger than any single website, exchange, or AI-generated spokesperson. It is also the story of the people who helped bring the opportunity to the public.
Yeah, so what I've just done in the background there is I've added another individual into the name here. So the questions victims still deserve to have answers. As I finished writing this article, I keep coming back to the same thought. The biggest strategy in BG wealth sharing is not the websites, not the disappearing exchanges that failed, or the regulatory actions that followed. The biggest strategy is the people who trusted what they were being told. Many investors did not discover BG wealth sharing through random advertisements on the internet. They joined because someone they knew recommended it. A friend, a family member, a church member, a business associate, someone they respected, someone who appeared confident, someone who assured them that the opportunity had been researched and the risks had been understood. That trust is incredibly difficult to rebuild since it has been broken.
Today, many of those investors are left with far more questions than answers. They want to know where their money went. They want to know who controlled the funds. They want to know whether any real trading ever took place. They want to understand why concerns raised by critics, whistleblowers, and regulators were repeatedly dismissed while recruitment efforts continued to accelerate.
Yes.
The Utah Division of Securities has now documented many of the same concerns that victims and investigators were raising months earlier. Regulators allege that BG Wealth Sharing, DSJ Exchange, HQI Exchange, and associated respondents were involved in a scheme that exposed investors to significant financial harm. The emergency order represents one of the most serious regulatory actions taken against the operation to date.
Yet, despite the government intervention, many questions remain unanswered. How much money flowed into BG wealth sharing? How much was paid out? Ultimately,
who ultimately controlled the wallets and accounts? What happened to the funds investors believed were being traded? How much money was earned through recruitment commissions and bonuses? Who approved the transition from DSJ Exchange to HQI Exchange? And what due diligence was performed before thousands of people were encouraged to trust the system? These are not questions motivated by revenge. They are questions motivated by accountability, because accountability is not about punishing people for being wrong. It is about understanding what happened, documenting the evidence, and ensuring the same mistakes are not repeated. Throughout my investigation, I archived videos, recorded presentations, saved websites, and documented the claims being made as events unfolded. I did so because experience has taught me that evidence becomes increasingly valuable after a collapse. Websites disappear, Social media posts are deleted, explanations change, memories fade, the receipts do not. Looking back now, the warning signs were there. Questions about Professor Stephen Beard were there. Questions about the trading were there. Questions about the SEC certificates were there. Questions about recruitment were there. Questions about the constant domain changes were there. Questions about withdrawals were there. Questions about the 12% payment demands were there. Questions about HQI exchange were there. The problem was never a lack of warning signs. The problem was that too many people were encouraged to ignore them. For Richard Chea, Sumana Chea and the wider network of promoters who publicly supported BG wealth sharing, the Utah action represents a turning point. For months, the conversation revolved around growth, opportunity and financial freedom. Today, the conversation revolves around regulatory findings, investor losses and unanswered questions. Whether further enforcement actions follow remains to be seen. Whether additional promoters find themselves under regulatory scrutiny remains to be seen. Whether victims ever recover their money remains to be seen. But one thing is already certain. The story of BG wealth sharing is no longer being written by promoters. It is being written by victims, investigators, regulators and the evidence itself. And long after the websites disappear, the domains expire and the marketing stops, that evidence will remain, because the truth has a habit of surviving long after the hype is gone.
Yeah. So you see things like this and it makes me laugh, when you see these people who've got 39 people following them and all of a sudden they have discovered the best thing since sliced bread, which is actually incredible. So what we do is often, I reach out to these people. I've just grabbed this guy's LinkedIn profile. But you mark my words, one day we'll come back to this individual and what will we see? We'll see somebody that has never been accountable for his actions. We'll see somebody who got away with it. We'll see somebody who's promoting a new opportunity. Or will these government authorities actually go after this guy? Is this the same guy? Looks like the same guy to me. Same beady eyes, same, teardrop eyes, same swirl in the hair. And who is this guy? He's somebody who thought he would get out there and promote this opportunity to you because you thought it was a good, true, genuine investment. So all our investigation is done with open source intelligence. Open source intelligence, basically anything that's on the internet, we'll find it and we'll use it against you. So be careful what you post online. Remember, a lot of people posted stuff out there, their personal details to sign up for this get-rich-quick opportunity that was too good to be true. Don't be one of them. Now, I'm going to actually finish this video here. If you are watching my live, we are going to continue in a few minutes, but I like to chop this portion of the live up and make it into a separate video so I can embed it on the blog on my website. If you can support the work that we do, my Avengers, please do think about donating. $5 cup of coffee or even joining my YouTube channel does go a long way. Even hitting the like button or sharing our content on your social media is a fantastic thing to do to show your appreciation for the hours and hours of work that myself and my Avengers put into documenting this information. This was a marathon of a blog, probably the longest blog I've actually ever tried to voice over it, even though I had to give up at the end and use some technology to have it read. I do this because we want to archive this information because any part of this information can be searched and found on the internet. So next time you hear somebody promoting something like, cut and paste trading, you will search for it. My blog will come up. Now, I just to show you briefly, when we were searching the internet, some of the search results that come up when people search for stuff, you'll see that we've done Queen of Karma has done, that's a lovely photo, I haven't seen that one before, done an amazing article about this couple on my website. So literally, when you search for these two individuals on the internet, you'll find that my website comes up here at the top because we are exposing, naming and shaming individuals that are promoting these Ponzi schemes and scams. And we're not the only people doing it, but we believe we can fight back. We believe that we can make a difference. We're sick and tired of doing the same thing and getting the same results. So we're doing it different. Newspapers will not report this stuff. Governments will not do anything other than report yesterday's newspaper, waiting for a scam to fall over and then putting out a a emergency cease and desist letter isn't good enough. That's no use. That's basically fortifying the fact that scams get away with it. Well, it's time to stop. I'm Danny the Heck, and we'll see you guys in the next video. I'm still here. Hey, good guys, I can cut that off and let that be. Now, what I do want to do, I want to flip over to this this opportunity over here. I've been sitting here looking at this guy looking at me for the ages on my other screen. I just want to show you what people are doing in this video, I saw it when I was away. I didn't listen to all of it, but what I'm assuming we're about to listen to here is an individual that is still giving people false hope that they can get their money back from the scam that has fallen over. I don't know what makes these people think this is a good opportunity, this is a good thing to do, but we've got to listen to this sort of crap so we understand the mentality of people so we can help save and stop. And this guy is going in my persons of interest list because this guy has already been, I've already seen that he's promoting VYB, which is a scam that's fallen over ages ago that Megan Lynch was running. So he's well versed in actually this, in this multi-level marketing industry. He knows better, put it that way. And now he's telling you what to do with your money even after you've crashed. Here we go. Let's have a listen to see what he's got to say.
Again, my name is Brian Fraiser, and I've been in BG Wealth since March of this year, and I've been involved in crypto for quite a while. So I've seen these things before. I've seen these types of investments before, and again, you never want to invest in anything, which they always call rule 101. Never invest more than you can afford to lose. That's the
first rule of stupidity is that quote that he says. There's no such thing as anybody who wants to invest in anything where you're going to throw your money onto the streets. This is him justifying bad behavior. This guy is a bottom feeder straight out of the gate. You do not give people advice like that. So he's basically saying that it's your responsibility if it all goes pear-shaped, and now he's going to spend the next hour and 36 minutes telling you why you should do what he's doing, and he's not responsible for your behavior.
Rule in any type of investing, right? You don't want to use your rent money, your electric bill money, your car note money, your house note money. You don't want to use any of that to invest in anything, okay? That's the first rule. So now,
was it Fight Club?
In saying that, nobody wants to lose money. We're not here to lose money, but everybody takes a chance, because you take chances with the hopes of you being able to gain and benefit down the road. And that's the whole key that why people get involved with things like this. But you have to go in knowing, which I did when I first went into BG Wealth, that you're on camera. I'm on camera.
He's on camera. While he's on camera, I just want to go back to this video, which I've just shut down screens in the background. This guy that's on the stage here, his name is Harry Doc Jr. He's three of them. He has been involved in a scam called Smart Lab, which has collapsed, and they've actually rebranded it now and telling everyone to do their KYC details, but let's not diverse. When he came out on their live event that Richard was running, I couldn't believe it. And I don't know, is this Richard's wife? I don't know if it is, but in this event that we documented and broadcasted live, this was actually the live event that they're talking about. They had 2,300 people at, and they had dinners and the whole 9 yards, but it was also, I'm going to have a look and see if we can actually see Richard on here. I think we actually did see him at this event introducing people. I'm just going to see if it was there just before I shut down and we lose it. There he is there. He's on the stage. Let's go through and
Great. Do we have a winner?
Gather all the names.
Yay! $100. It's worth walking up here.
When you look at these people who have put all their names and their...
Okay, we got one more, $100.
Go back a bit. So he's giving away that people are winning money. Where was he going?
Do we have a winner? We have a winner! Woo!
And I presume that's his wife on the
Isn't
stage
this
with him. Supposed to be a formal dinner. The people they go after, I don't think would own a sports coat. Remember, they're all homeless people.
Congratulations.
But yeah, as I said earlier on, I'm amazed that this actually carried on. But anyway, we're diverse. I want to go back to this guy here and listen to the advice that he's giving people, trying to help people, probably because he's pushed everyone over a cliff, and now he's trying to claim that he's some sort of savior and can help people.
Okay, but you gotta know that going into BG Wealth, there's a chance that it might not do what you want it to do. There's
Chance.
always that chance in anything that you get into in crypto. And so I always tell people, you always want to get good at the basics. Okay, if
And
you
the basics are
understand
following his
the
lead.
basics of cryptocurrency and get good at utilizing the basics and learning how to get around in cryptocurrency, then you'll pretty much can do just about anything that you want to do, and you can make money with cryptocurrency. And it's just like anything else.
So he's giving you peace of
Now,
mind
BG Wealth,
as he pushes you over the cliff.
to me, and this is just my own personal opinion,
Okay.
BG Wealth was doing or trying to do the right thing.
Really?
Now,
The human
whether
trafficking
BG Wealth
compound was
set
trying to
up
do the
as a
right thing
scam
and
right
scam
off the
everybody
top,
and make lots of money.
I don't know. It's always a possibility. Okay. And the scams that I have seen in the past look similar to BG Wealth. As I'm not going to lie about that. It has similarities of some of the scams that are out there. But the way that BG Wealth went about things and throughout the course of BG's Wealth time in this space, it looked more than other than just a scam to me.
Okay.
Because most scams don't operate the way that BG Wealth did, or I should say, Stephen Beard. It was a little different than most scams that I've ever seen, and I've been in quite a few of them. I've been involved with the rug pulls and the whole 9 yards, and this one was a little different. It had similarities, of course,
A little different. Gets
but
better
it
and
was
better.
just a little bit different. And Stephen Beard, he talked just a little bit differently than most scams did. Now,
He was an
that doesn't
AI
make
character.
it doesn't make what I say the truth. Okay, that was just my perception and my opinion at the time.
That's a legal term for not being
And
liable.
so when BG went down the first time, what appeared to me that it was an inside thing. Okay, it was the members that helped bring this thing down. I didn't see anything that BG Wealth did to bring this thing down. It
Oh
was
my
mostly
God.
the members.
This is brilliant advice.
Right? That was just from my perception. Right. And even though some people had difficulties within the system itself, which is understandable that they may feel that way, that it's a scam. Okay. And that's truly understandable. And I won't tell anybody otherwise because their experience is their experience. Right? But at the same time, Beard, from the time that I've been in since March, and from the information that I got prior to me getting in, Beard has done everything that he said he would do. Right? And anything that he said he would do, he at least tried it. If it didn't work, even if it didn't work, he would still try it. And he's been doing that ever since I've been in.
All right, so this is where you
Excuse me.
stop. And after doing my blog, we should be asking him to prove that Stephen Beard is a real and genuine person. And where's his digital footprint? Where does he live? Or where's his phone number? Or why can't we just ring him up and talk to him like, hey, bro? So at the moment, this guy's alleging that an AI character or an AI hiding character has never let him down to date.
So in that vein, when things went sour, I saw him do whatever he could to keep this thing moving, despite what the DSJ exchange did, okay, and whatever the HQI, whatever deal that he had with HQI at the time. Right? So when everything finally went down and he said goodbye, in his whole speech that he made, okay, his farewell speech, so to speak, he left it open to come back. All right. So
even though Stephen Beard has done a farewell speech to everybody and left them high and dry after taking everyone's money, he still believes that it wasn't really a goodbye. And he still believes that Stephen Beard is a good fella.
Most people took that as that it was gone, it was over, which was a good assumption. All right. I wouldn't argue in reference to that. But the thing that I did get from whatever he was talking about.
G'day. Just answering the question in the chat room there. You said, curious if Selenium Life products ended up responding and if they have any association with Steve. No, there's hundreds and hundreds of different scams on the internet, and it's very hard actually linking them all together. But we do have theoretically a real person that's got a history behind Selenium Life. So if you just go to behind MLM and search for the person that runs the country, which I can't remember off the top of my head, you'll find that he's got a history of promoting multi-level marketing scams after scam, and he's probably been doing it long before Stephen Beard popped up. Stephen Beard isn't a real character, by the way. Remember, he's just an AI character being generated out of a human trafficking compound, and we've just shown you that tomorrow's blog is going to be about another company that's got another Stephen Beard professor guy, I mean, yeah, no, they're not all linked together. Unfortunately, there's not one mother earth of all scams where they all lead back to. Otherwise, it would be quite easy to stop these individuals. But there is a whole lot of human trafficking compounds which feed out software and bits and pieces to people to promote. And that's the problem I have, is a lot of these scams that come out are fed to mum and dad people. I don't even explain this right, but a lot of these scams come packaged, given to multi-level marketers just like this guy, to promote, and they get backhanders along the way, and then they keep attracting people who don't understand or they trust these individuals. So this guy's job that's on the screen right now is to build trust with you, to create disbelief. This guy shouldn't be listed in some warning by some government agency in 6 months' time. He should be scraped off the internet right now and put in jail for promoting something that he isn't a regulated financial advisor. He does have no right to promote anything, will give you any advice financially.
Was that there was a possible chance that he could come back and try to get this thing going again. And that was just my perception that I got from what he was talking about. And so I just told everybody that I was involved with, let's just wait and see. Either it's gone or we just wait and see if anything transpires from that. Well, fortunately, a friend of mine gave me a call and text me the information about the new Telegram. And so that's when I saw that they were coming back. And apparently they've been back since May the 20th.
I can't believe people say this stuff.
So evidently he was doing something to come back prior to us getting shut down in the first place. So he was already, looking to come back. And that's just my perception. And so once I got the information that it was back, then I went in and I looked at all the information, what he put out there, and the process in which he was trying to come back. Now, the reason why I still think he's not a scam, okay? He could be, but from my perception, he's not a scam at this point. Not as long as we can keep moving forward, right? So he says that as we come back and we register with this new site, he's using the decentralized app to get to the website. So decentralized means he's using decentralized wallets such as Trust Wallet, MetaMask, Token Pocket, and any other wallet that possibly has the BNB network, okay? And so you can use those wallets to get in. Okay? You can use those wallets to get to the website. So now, in doing that, if you register on the new website that he has on the decentralized side, He's going to allow us to be able to withdraw the balance that we have in our accounts prior to
my
them shutting
goodness.
down at 10% of whatever the balance of those funds are. Okay. Every 10 days, you'll be able to withdraw from your balance 10% of whatever the balance is. So for instance, if you have $1,000 balance, then you can withdraw 10% of that balance, which 10% would be $100. You would be able to withdraw $100 every 10 days until you have been refunded the total balance.
Oh my God.
That is not true. They are
Good stuff.
What you have in your account. Okay. This is what he's putting out there. So therefore, when you register,
How can he not
don't have
address
to
the elephant in the room?
you don't have to put up any money. There's no taxes. There's no fee. None of that. All you
no
have to
tax.
do is
Does this make sense to anyone?
you have to. You don't have to.
I love
if
it.
you
I didn't
can,
know we had
remove that person if you can.
somebody in there doing that. That's great.
They're going to remove me because they're lying to you. They're targeting older people because.
Good on that person.
Let's see if we can remove that guy.
Put him in the waiting room. Run. They're targeting older people. Run. No, she's trying to control the situation.
Brilliant.
Run. They're targeting older people. None of what he says makes sense. He's not a financial provider.
All right, thank you.
Who's that guy, man? I want to. We got a new Avenger.
All right. So this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to refund people's money back. Is he's going to do that? I surely hope so. I can't say.
No,
for
you
sure.
shouldn't say.
But he's going through the process to be able to do that. And so we have nothing to lose.
We do. You have more money to lose
go
for
through
signing
that
up.
process. There's no fees. There's no taxes. There's none of that stuff. All you have to do is set up yourself into the new site, register, and put yourself in position to be able to withdraw whatever that process will be. And we have until the 10th to get that done, the 10th of June. Right? And from what I could gather, they've started all of this basically on the 1st of June. Right? So they've been doing this for a minute. Right? So, and apparently he put this out to some of the leaders so it could trickle down to all of you.
Is the
So that you could find
registration
out
free?
when
Is
you
the
could get
registration
back
free?
into the system. Okay. If you could just mute yourself right now, if you can. Right. So what I'm going to attempt to do, okay, is to show you that process. I've already done it. It's pretty simple. But for most people, a lot of people don't know how to set up a wallet to be able to get in to the decentralized aspect of it, to get to the website, to register. Right? And so that's what I want to attempt to try to show. But now, before I show that, I do want to show you the Telegram group, which I did put into the chat, which is BG.
Do we have any more hecklers in here?
BG Wealth Update. It's the @ BG Wealth Update.
So
Okay?
anyone know? I don't have much
If
information
you
on
don't
this
have Telegram,
individual,
you want to get Telegram,
but I had put a.
and go to that
I have
Telegram
created a
group,
card against
and
him.
that's where you'll get your information.
But we need to actually obviously
How
expose
long
this guy
that will
now,
be there, I have no idea.
because these guys don't have a right to
Okay.
provide you
I'm
financial
just telling
advice.
you what I've seen so far.
And it's not just telling
and
you;
what
he's
I've
telling
done.
you what to do.
So now I'm going
He
to
could be
share
getting
my
a big,
screen real
massive
quick.
backhander from the human trafficking compounds because he's going out to a community creating false information.
And I'm
Hey,
on the
Brian.
Telegram group. Yes.
I enabled the waiting room again. I don't see the person I removed or to move to the waiting room. Do you want me to go ahead and admit in there?
You know what? Just leave it closed for right now. Just leave it
So
closed.
why do they have to keep
Because
people
we're
out?
recording,
You know?
and they can get the recording out to those
Oh,
who
of course,
need
he knows everything. This guy.
it. Right. So now what I'm in the Telegram group for BG Wealth Sharing. This is the update, okay? BG Wealth Sharing update. Right. And this is the last message that was sent out through BG Wealth. And it may be a little small on the screen, but I'm going to read it. And this was the
This
last
guy's
message that they
mental.
put out.
Absolutely batshit crazy mental.
Dear BG Wealth Partners, You are hereby informed to complete your registration as soon as possible, as the registration period is coming to an end. You have time until the 10th of June, to complete your registration.
Did these people not realize this
After
is
this
another
date,
money
the
grab?
registration process will be closed and no new registrations will be accepted. We strongly request all users to complete their registration without delay. Once your registration is completed, the company will begin the withdrawal process accordingly. Please do not allow negative comments, rumors,
Oh
or
my goodness.
misleading information to influence your decisions. The company is with you and remains committed to providing withdrawals to all eligible users. That is why we have returned and are working hard to restore services for our community. The company no longer has any connection with the old website. The previous system and websites faced multiple technical and security issues. Therefore, the company has decided to move to a decentralized exchange platform, providing greater security, transparency, and reliability for all users. We would like to clearly state that the company is not asking any user to approve or perform any action that could result in the loss of their funds. Our goal is to protect the user's funds and ensure a smooth and successful withdrawal process. Some YouTubers and other individuals are spreading misleading information for their own benefit or to promote their projects. We advise all users not to take such rumors seriously and to rely only on official updates. Please remember that if you fail to complete your registration within the given time, the loss will be yours. Therefore, it is your responsibility to complete your registration before the deadline. The company is also preparing new opportunities and exciting plans for the future. A new plan will be launched soon, offering greater benefits and earning opportunities for users. With the transition to the decentralized exchange platform, users can look forward to improved transparency, enhanced security, and better growth opportunities in the future. Thank you for your continued trust, patience, and support. All right. So that was the last message that they put out. Now, whether or not he gets to accomplish all of that, I don't know. If he does, that's great. Okay. And if we all get our funds back, that's even better. And at that point, that's when you need to make a decision on if you want to keep following him or not. It's totally up to you. Okay. Because I would agree that if he can complete this and everyone has an opportunity to receive their funds back, plus more than what they put in, right, then that puts him in a very favorable light. That lets people know that he really wasn't trying to scam anyone, right? And if he is trying to scam people, he's doing a bad job at it, because most scammers would have been gone already, in my opinion. That's just me, right? So because of this, I have nothing to lose other than to move forward and go by his instructions and register into the system, right? To put myself in a position to be excuse me, to be able to be whole.
All right. So this sort of bullshit that you get these guys reading is actually breathtaking.
And to move forward.
You know, like he uses all the psychological mumbo jumbo that most people want to hear. Like, you got to move forward, he just said. I mean, what message is that sending people that may have overcommitted themselves, already put more money in than they were prepared to lose? And why does this guy think he has a right to tell people that the professor is a good guy and he's sending subliminal messages about investing, that you should trust this company? Now, is he ignoring every other warning that's been out there. Every single other warning about everything he has ignored, and he wants to pass that knowledge on to you and tell you to read a message that's been posted in a WhatsApp group from a professor who now has said goodbye to everybody, and he still wants you to believe it. Regardless of what it says, it doesn't matter. It's just ridiculous.
So that's what I've attempted to do. So now, what I'm going to try to do at this point is show you first how to set up a decentralized wallet, because I know there's quite a few people that may not know how to do that.
Okay? So that tells you about the clientele that he's going after.
And so
is ridiculous. People who don't know how to set up a decentralized wallet, he's now telling people
and show you how to set up a decentralized wallet.
If you don't know how to set up yourself a wallet,
to go through,
then you shouldn't be listening to this idiot.
To be able to connect to the website, right? Because he's operating in what we call a decentralized space. So now, you can use any type of wallet that I would say has the BNB network, because the BNB network is on the Binance Central Exchange, which I believe, I don't know for sure, but I believe this is where if he's going to do trading, he's going to do trading on that particular exchange. Okay, a well-known exchange, which Binance is one of the largest exchange in the crypto space, and it's been around for a long time. So now what they primarily are using and what they initially came out with was the Trust Wallet. Right? It's a Trust Wallet. You can use MetaMask and you can use Token Pocket. So I use Trust Wallet because I already had a Trust Wallet, and I wasn't doing anything with it. And so I said, let me use this for BG Wealth. And I recommend people use a wallet, set up a wallet just for BG Wealth. Okay? Don't use it for anything else other than BG Wealth. That's just my recommendation. Okay? But now, how do you set up a Trust Wallet? Well, I'm on Chrome right now, and I'm going to show you how to set up a wallet.
Brian, your screen is paused.
It's paused. Okay, let me see what happened.
True professional here, ladies and gentlemen.
So you don't see my cursor?
No, it just says Brian has paused screen sharing. Let me see.
Okay, how did that happen? Yep, it sure did. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Can you see my cursor? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'm on the Chrome browser right now, and I went to trustwallet.com. Okay. Anytime that you do a decentralized wallet, you want to set up a decentralized wallet, you always want to use the company that the wallet that you're using, you want to go to its official site. So trustwallet.com is the official site for Trust Wallet. If you do MetaMask, you want to go to MetaMask. I think it's metamask.org, I believe. All right. So I'm going to set up Trust Wallet.
It's .com.
Okay, .com. Okay, great. So I'm using Trust Wallet. So I went to trustwallet.com. So now that I have trustwallet.com up, now what I want to do is I want to click on extension. Okay, download extension. When I click on download extension, it's going to give me what browser am I putting it on. So I'm clicking on Chrome. When I click on Chrome, okay, let me see. I think I'm on the wrong. No, that's not it.
Brian, you're doing that on the laptop? Are you going to show it on the phone also?
Maybe give them a list of them.
I don't have one.
You have a choice. I don't know.
Should be on this.
So what's this idiot doing now? So he's going to teach us how to set up a Trust Wallet. I think what I want to do is...
there you already have it.
It's already on here.
So I don't really want to see how to set up a wallet because I think it's irrelevant. But let's go to the part where they start asking questions. And so he is promoting that. There's crazy. So that's the part I want to see. So this is this new...
My trust wallet open.
So now he's alleging... So if you go to BG Wealth... So if we go back to my screen... Okay. And if you go to BG Wealth, right, and he's got this website up here. And he's now giving people instructions on how to set up and connect their wallet to this. If you connect your wallet to this, you are batshit crazy. And that's what he's doing at the moment. So it's absolutely disgusting. I can't believe that this guy's even doing this. Anyway, so we've gone through the process, no doubt. He set people up a wallet. And he's telling people to set up, I did hear this in the car, that he was telling people to set up a completely separate wallet altogether and then transfer your money into this new wallet. And then you won't be at harm for when it all goes pear-shaped and your identity and you won't be able to steal, they won't be able to steal your wallet from your other crypto wallets. But anyway, that's where I think we've got to. So let's pick up the pace and see where it goes.
Now what I want to do is I want to click connect. And it's going to bring up this registration right here.
Do we have his phone number?
Now, if I was already in, I could go ahead and say sign in now. But since you're just registering for the first time, the first thing that you want to do is you want to put in whatever you use to register with BG initially, whether you use your phone number or your email. You can put that here, okay? Either you use your phone number or your email, you can put that here. That is so they can connect you to your account that they have on record, so they can verify what your balance is.
Oh my God.
Right? So this is why you want to put that in there. So now, you would hit, once you put that in, you would hit connect wallet, and the wallet would open up and it will say switch. It's going to switch you to the BNB Smart Chain network, which is on Binance. Right? So you would hit switch, and then the wallet will pop open and it will ask you if you want to proceed. Okay. This is a high risk site. So you would hit proceed anyway. Then it will make sure that you want to go to that site. And it will ask you, warning, you could lose all of your tokens. Tap on the check boxes to confirm you understand. I say, I understand I can lose my tokens, and I can understand, I understand my lost tokens cannot be recovered. So I click that, I understand, and I hit continue. Now it connected my wallet.
Oh, what sort of wallet did
I
he have?
hit OK. Now that it's connected, then if I have this, I have my either my phone number or my email address. If you don't remember your,
go back and grab that wallet address that he had. It'll be interesting to see which one it was. I'll see if I can grab it without it being a big thing. Let's have a look.
Your ID number that either you got with DSJ or you.
Let's go back a little bit. We'll go back. Just want to see if I can grab that. It's so hard to actually move this, unfortunately. Oh, there it is.
You would hit, once you put that in, you would hit connect wallet. And the wallet would open up and it will say switch. It's going to switch you to the BNB Smart Chain network, which is on Binance. Right? So you would hit switch, and then the wallet will pop open and it will ask you if you want to proceed. Okay. This is a high risk site. So you would hit proceed anyway.
Oh my God.
Then it will make sure that you want to go to that site. And it will ask you, warning, you could lose all of your tokens. Tap on the
and he still wants to confirm people to believe us.
I say, I understand I can lose my tokens, and I can understand, I understand my lost tokens cannot be recovered. So I click that, I understand, and I hit continue.
Okay, so that's what I wanted, that wallet address. Sorry, guys. I just want to see if I can find anything on that wallet address. I want to know how much money he's got or he's lost since he's been using this. So let's carry on.
Now it connected my wallet. Okay, I hit OK. Now that it's connected, then if I have this, I have my either my phone number or my email address. If you don't remember if you put the phone number or email address in there, you can also put in your ID number that either you got with DSJ or you got with HQI. Okay, so if you have your member ID written down, then you can put that in there too. If you can't remember if you use your phone number or your email address. Right? And then all you would do is just hit sign up. And that's it. That's all you would do. So let me show you what it looks like after that happens. Okay. So let me go back here to BG Well. Make sure my wallet is open. Make sure your wallet is open.
What type of wallet address was that anyway? I missed it.
Okay.
The hell?
Okay, so now my wallet is open. So now,
the hell was that?
All I got to do now, since I've already registered, okay, and I registered just the exact same way that I just showed you, okay, I would just connect my wallet. It's already connected. All right. Now, what I would do, instead of signing up, I'm signing in because I've already signed up. So now I'm signing in. So I've already connected my wallet. I just click the sign in button.
This wallet's not connected.
And it will automatically sign me in. And once you have successfully registered into the system, this is what your page will look like. And it gives you the countdown to June 10th. You want to write this number down in the top right-hand corner, showing you what your new BG ID number is. And that's it. That's all you have to do. Okay?
So you register free, is
all
it?
you have to do.
They got to the stage where they don't want $100 from you, don't want you to pay 12%, don't want you to pay $1,000, but now they just want you to connect.
That you
so you're
go
tempted.
to the Telegram group to get all of your information, because all of your information will come in that BG Wealth Update Telegram group. So if you want to stay informed, you definitely want to be in that Telegram group. Right? This is how that works. Now, just to wind everything up, I'm going to stop share. And now I'm going to go on my phone and show you how to do it on the phone.
Okay. Oh, God.
Okay. If I can do
so
this.
see if we can
get back to the Zoom.
How do we get this? I'm trying to get something happening here.
Okay.
Use QR code. There we go. Whoop. Just trying to connect something else for myself.
Okay.
Oops. Oh, hold up. What's he doing now? Telegram. It's gonna be slow, but anyway, I'm just trying to connect into my Telegram so we can go into his group.
Okay, so now
we might get some later stuff happening.
I brought up my phone. Let me go back to home. So now, when you go in on the phone, on the Trust Wallet on the phone, and you could do this on MetaMask, you can do this on Token Pocket, or whatever wallet that you're using. Right. Once you get in, the first thing that you want to do is you want to go down at the bottom right-hand corner where it says Discover. You tap on Discover. It'll take you to the Discover page. In the Discover page, this is basically your browser within this wallet. Okay, this is your browser. You don't want to go on the browser on your phone. You want to go through the browser through your wallet. And then you tap on the search bar in the search screen. In the search, you'll just put in BG Wealth, .xyz.
So this has got 5,910 members in it.
Once you have that in there,
and I should be
then
able
you
to
can go directly to the site.
Go here, and we
Just like you were putting it in on the computer.
So this is.
Now, I'm gonna back this up.
This is his page
because I've already gone to it before on my phone.
Excellent.
So I'm just gonna tap on it because once you go to it once, you can always go back to it.
Yeah, we'll just go back to the latest.
All right. Now
So it's all written
let
in
me
Indian.
log out so you can see how you log back in, because it's basically the same when you do it here as you do it on the computer.
So what are they
But
actually
I just wanted to show you how to get in it. If it's going to work.
This is the latest crap that we've been told to do, is it? I'm just going to bring this up.
All right. So whenever you go to it, it'll take you to the site first. Okay. Once you're on the site, then you'll just click on connect.
So this is the
it'll connect
the rubbish
your wallet
they're giving you to believe. Registration period.
And I recommend, if you can, do it on the computer first.
Now it's been extended by 4 days.
Okay. And then once you have done it on the computer,
now it's going
to
the 15th of June.
Everything will already be connected.
Withdrawals will be processed.
All you got to do is click connect.
15th of
connect
June.
You from the phone to the website, and then just sign in. Just tap sign in.
So why would they extend
and it'll automatically sign you in. Now you don't have to do it on the computer first. You can do it on the phone.
So
if
we'll
you're
go back to Telegram
on the phone, then set it up on the phone
and we'll
exactly the way I did on the computer. Okay. But I always like to do things on the computer first, because on the phone, I'm fumble thumbs on the phone. So I work better on the computer. But if you come to the phone, you just go to that discover, go into the search.
Oh my goodness.
Type in the
Is he
website
really
address.
promoting this? I'm just having a look at other
connect to that website.
Other stuff.
And then connect, hit the connect button.
So if you have a look at this.
Sign in.
So this is what they were previously
That's
told.
all you have to do. Or if you're doing it for the very first time and you're registering,
important
then
notice.
you want to make sure that you put in either your phone number or your email address, and
no
then
activation fee.
Join. Okay, sign up, and then it will connect you.
Unreal.
And it's just that simple, right?
Right.
So I hope everybody's seen that. I hope that makes sense to
PG
everybody.
Wealth Sharing.
So when I went to the site, it doesn't read the phone number. It only reads put in the email.
Okay, well that must be what you signed up with. If you didn't, then
it doesn't. It doesn't know. It has no idea.
So the question answers the fun part.
If you're having a trouble with it, then I would put in the ID number. If you have that ID number.
Right.
It doesn't mute people because we have hands up, so people can't just. Please don't just.
So does it normally?
Don't disrespect the announcer. Go and say it.
Raise your hand, please, and then we'll get to.
But you have those choices.
No, you don't. It's whatever you signed up with is what you want to put in there.
Look, I don't want to knock you, but if you're on my channel and you're asking, hello, sir, do you think Stephen is going to start it back up again? You have missed the whole point of my channel. Stephen Beard is not a real person. It's an AI character. So no, Stephen's not going to start it up again. You're part of a scam if you believe anything that you've been told. Individuals like this are just spreading propaganda. This is a total lie, a total scam, being ran by a human trafficking compound designed to take your money. You may be clever enough to get a little bit of money out of them accidentally, and that will help build trust. So if you trust or believe anything that you've been told here, then you've missed the point of what we're doing here. We're telling you to stop and cease. Stop believing these scammers who are manipulating. If you have got doubt and you're in here, then we haven't done our job correctly. But if you think there's a real thing, it's Stephen Beard, and you think there's an opportunity of getting your money back, then you've missed the whole point of my whole channel. And you might as well just go throw your money into the streets, honestly.
To register with, because that's the only way they'll be able to verify your account that you have. Does that make sense? So you have to do that.
It makes sense, but does the website doesn't show you that you can do that. It only says put in the email.
No,
right?
So if you're wondering, if you have just jumped on, then basically I've been on here for 3 hours, 33 minutes and 33 seconds, funny enough. And we have been showing people that there's another company out there called PO Wealth Sharing now. That's got another professor. And I'll show you because it might interest you. But let's just go back here, right? So if you are new on the block, you go to dehick.com, which is my website, and I'll chuck it in there. And if you come down to here, reset this, come down to the bottom here, I have just set up a blog for tomorrow. And this one is about PO wealth sharing. If you don't know who that is, you come across here, and this was today's blog. And this is all about Richard and how they've been warned by the government to cease and desist. And they've been preaching lies to everybody. This here is PO wealth sharing. So you may think that Stephen Beard is real, right? So Stephen Beard on the right and Daniel Davis on the left. So if you go to that link I've just posted in the chat room, you come down here and you can actually see another Stephen Beard, but a different Stephen Beard. And he's promoting the same thing. And if you go to this YouTube channel, which is listed in the blog, you can actually see the same.
Hello everyone, this is Professor Daniel Davis. This Christmas season, I would like to take a moment to thank all members of the community. Thank you for your trust, support, as we continue to grow and achieve a rapid growth in East Asia.
Right. So does that make you feel like you've been deceived? Your relationship that you've had with Stephen Beard is now destroyed? I mean,
still ongoing.
These are all
Paving
AI
the way
characters.
for a year-end
So
button.
I actually had another one which I can't
While
find
official-
right now, but there must be. Oh, actually, I can find it. If I go to history, we will find. Obviously, you know, if you wanted to line them up, but let's have a look down until we find it. Where's the one I had before? Maybe it's here. Yeah, this might be it here.
Well,
so have a listen to this guy.
On how to solve everyday challenges.
Notice the
making
bookshelves look
investment
familiar.
and teamwork smoother
Notice the
and more
certificate in the
efficient.
background looks familiar.
Now,
Notice
let's
it's
take out
promoting
your
a completely
phones
different
and
scam.
because every detail might impact your future income. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Nick. Wow.
Notice his chair doesn't move when he swings around. And
Thank
he's
you, Professor.
Professor.
Hello, good evening, everyone. How are you guys? I hope you're doing well. So, my name is Nikki, and I am a Filipino American. First of all, I want to thank PO team and especially Professor for giving me the opportunity to share my story with you guys.
A truly understanding member of our team.
Yeah, so I mean, you just got to really stop listening to the rubbish that's out there. I mean, this guy here is telling people to set up a wallet, and all of a sudden, Stephen Beard's AI is going to transfer all the money that has been stolen on the blockchain. So I don't know if you know of a guy who's called Zach BT Wealth. No, what's his Zach XPT? He's a guy on X, right? So let's come here. Let me go to here. I'll just actually just bring it up first. 1 second, please, caller. Right, so there's a YouTuber, not a YouTuber, a guy on X called Zach XBT. Don't know why he's got that name. He's got 1 million followers, and he's the biggest, how do we say? He's the biggest guy that exposes, he's a blockchain investigator. In here, he talks about how he stopped, he tracked $91 million of BG Wealth Sharing's money here on the blockchain. So he's managed to stop OKX and Binance. He's managed to actually cease that money from getting frozen, and it was actually 41 million. All right. He actually gave credit to myself and also see, heads up to Dehick and behind MIM for early coverage of the investment fraud. Now, I'm not showing you that because I want to show off that this guy is amazing, which he is, but he's managed to stop the money being laundered off crypto. And then on the other hand, you've got our friend here with his mouth open telling everyone that there's a possibility they can get their money back. So where's that money coming from? Let's continue.
You have to tap on sign up, just like I showed you.
Okay, thanks.
Because when you tap on sign up instead of sign in, it'll give you the box to put that in. Okay.
Yeah, understood. Okay. I just didn't see that other options.
All right. Now we'll entertain some questions real quick. If everybody raise their hand, and Phyllis will bring you up, so we can kind of keep this orderly.
Let's see if we can find some people who believe this rubbish.
We can wind this up. All right. So we got Demetrius.
We have the first one was I believe it was Demetrius.
Yeah,
Demetrius.
Hello, thanks for sharing, Brian. And I've been in the crypto world a pretty good while too, around about 2018. But you made a great
presentation
analogy. But what I suggest people do is, if they don't have one of those wallets, or if they do have one of those wallets, they should open up another, add another wallet, because if you use your existing wallet and you have crypto in it, there's a possible chance that it could be taken.
Exactly. That's why I said earlier, it's best to set up a brand new wallet and use it just for BG Wealth, period.
Right. Because if they don't, like I said, because it is a high risk, and it's worth checking into just to see what happens, because at the end of the day, we don't know what's going to happen with this, and for all the people that did that 12% and that $100, I hope you can get back in here and try to coop your money. But at the end of the day, we still don't know if it's a scam. And I wanted to tell you too that I don't know if anybody know much about Ponzi schemes, but they call them honeypots. What they do is they pay people to bring big fish in, and then they shut it down. They pull the rug.
Yeah, they pay this
but
type
with this
of guy.
part that they're doing right now, it's a possibility that we can recoup that money and can move forward. And I'm glad we got that one guy out, because he's talking about they preying on old people. Well, they ain't preying on nobody because they didn't ask you for anything yet. So the older people that don't understand it need to get with their uplines to figure it out and make sure they don't do more than what they can handle.
I think we found this guy who's talking at the moment. I think this is him here.
Leave it alone and call it a loss. Because at the end of the day, I didn't pay the 12%. I didn't pay the $100. And I had told people when they first came up with this, it's probably a Ponzi scheme and
found
a
him
honeypot.
here.
So,
and here.
But we all can try
and
this just
here.
to see what's happening, because they're not asking you for anything. I just wanted to add that in there.
Right. And you're absolutely right. And that's what I was saying earlier. We don't know if this is a scam or not. Only thing we know.
Well, you do, because it's got a history of scams. Queen of Karma, you're looking awesome.
And the fact is, whatever BG Wealth is, whatever Stephen Beard is doing, he has not gone away yet. That's not typical behavior of a scammer.
Trying to find this guy.
Okay, that doesn't mean that he's not. I'm not saying that he's not, because I don't know who
he doesn't want to have any responsibility, but he wants to tell you what to do with your money.
His activity is not the activity of a scammer, especially if he's going to allow you to get your funds out and withdraw and get a refund of all of your funds over the course of time.
How stupid is this?
And he actually, what he's doing makes sense to me, because he doesn't want everybody to withdraw all the money at one time, because that's a run on the system.
And if the money's all there,
up as well.
Why would it be a drain on the system if your money's all there and you're only using 1% of your money to do trades?
Over the course of
That's
time,
how stupid these idiots
every
are.
10 days, 10% of whatever your balance is,
Fraiser.
you get that over the course of every 10 days, which is approximately 100 days. Right? So you can start withdrawing. Now, if that happens and we get through those 100 days, that's fantastic. Now he's got everybody's confidence, okay? And everybody's got their money back, and you can decide what you want to do.
You were helping him
at that point.
If Stephen Beard wanted to give back people's
Brian,
money,
we have about 15 hands up.
Okay, let's get through them real quick.
The next in line is TJ Jones.
Thomas.
Go ahead and unmute.
I want to pause that for a minute. I just want to find all these people.
Okay, you should be able to.
Right, I just want to get that name on the screen. Make sure. Oh, actually, I can do it another way. I can just take a screenshot of that. And then so I'm trying to find everyone that's associated with this idiot and then name and shame them, make sure they're in our database so that when Texas Security Board do another, or whoever it is, Utah do another update, we can actually give these people to them.
Okay. Hi, thank you guys. So I just had a few questions. I have them written down. Hold on one second.
We have, because we have so many, we have so many people.
Victims?
So if you want to ask.
Yeah, just leave it to one question if you can. If we get through everybody.
And others may have the same question you have.
Hey.
Right. Okay. So with the, no one's actually withdrawn yet.
I
correct?
need you to check
Okay.
Discord.
Okay. I'm just trying to grab
They just did an update 3 hours ago.
Oh, really? I'm on their, what do they call it? I've got their Telegram here. Just trying to.
Yeah, they're on Facebook doing updates.
Well, they reckon they've extended this 5 hours now. So we go down here.
They're apologizing. I send it to you on Discord.
You got a cold.
I'm hoarse because I've been recording since Wednesday.
Have you been racking up for me having a holiday?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Sorry about that. Discord. Okay, Discord. Oh, you're awesome. So that's interesting, though. I mean, what do you feel about these idiots? Like this guy here. I mean, I'm just so sick and tired of no one stopping these individuals. And it actually hurts like a bitch in a way. Because these guys just obviously get away with it all the time. And they create doubt. They feed the monster. They should be slayed like, it's just crap. But anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. So is it sent to me privately from you?
Yeah, on Discord.
Okay, let's have a look. So,
Send you a couple screenshots.
Yep. I've got a new we've got a new logo for you too, with a white background, so it looks a bit better. We're working on that.
Yeah, because they did a email that went out earlier announcing their new website.
Yep.
And it's different than the one you have.
Okay, so I'm going to put.
And then 3 hours ago, the Facebook just did a
this one
apology.
Here? About extending it, you mean? So we can't believe you lost your voice. We want to sincerely apologize to every member of the public, investor, partner, and supporter who has been affected by our recent changes surrounding BG wealth sharing. Challenges. We understand the frustration, disappointment, and concern many people have experienced during this difficult period. Your trust and confidence meant everything to us, but we just shoved it up your ass and acknowledged that we fell short of the expectations placed against the platform. After the past 3 weeks, we have carefully reviewed our operation support system, communication channels, and internal structure to understand where improvements are genuinely needed. We apologize for the transparency. We recognize that transparency. We recognize that transparency, accountability, and timely communications are essential in building a reliable community-focused platform. Today, we want to assure everyone that efforts have been made to rebuild stronger systems, improve customer support, enhance platform stability, and create a better experience for all users moving forward. Our goal is to restore confidence through actions, not just words. We deeply appreciate everybody who continued to show patience, support, and understanding during these uncertain moments. Every concern raised by our community has been taken seriously. I thought they were just laughing on the floor. And we remain committed to learning from this experience. As we move forward, we ask for another opportunity to serve people better. Communicate more openly and work towards rebuilding the trust in our community. Thank you for standing with us. BG Wealth team in the United States See less. But what's the guts here? What did they say in the email?
The email was them announcing, it's the one I sent you before that.
Okay. All right, going back to my favorite.
You can register again.
Oh my God. So it's a white one.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what this guy's trying to do. Oh my God. They've got another
That's why they're promoting it again. Because as email went out over the past 24 hours, they've been sending out constant emails telling people that they can register. And then this just went up. So they're trying hard.
So they're just having communication errors. So this is, now how do we know this is the same crowd? So let's go to the website address that they're claiming. So let's go here and see what we've got. So we're going back to dsj398.com. I mean, you really would have to be batshit mental to actually even think
hilarious.
This is a legitimate whatever.
Here we go.
Okay, so I'm sitting here. We've got a white screen. Oh, wait. There we go. AI-powered trading, elevating global user base. It was too fast for my old eyes. Globally regulated secure trading. Oh, there we go. Seize market opportunities. Gain transition network. AI. How do I pause this? Oh, we're going down now. Oh, so this is the new website, which is great on mobile, but no good on desktop. That's going to confuse our friend here.
Yeah, no, they only have it set up for mobile, I guess.
Oh my God. So what do we do? Can we make it look like a mobile one? We'll see if we can make this. There we go. Now we're on mobile. Now that's perfect. So let's go to the person up here. This is just the same shit. But let's do what Danny does. Let's go back to, first of all, let's go back to our normal shit, which is that. Let's right click on this and go into inspect. Let's have a wee look. See what we've got here to play with. So let's look at our assets. We've got index page. Now we've got pictures. We've got dots. We've got banners. Banners. Oh, there we go. That's what everyone wants to see. A crypto Bitcoin coin. A nice orange background. Another something that, Facebook. I'm familiar with that. Oh, a graph. Yes, that's obviously real-time graph there. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Sudden going up in the subliminal mind. You'll think that's really good. Oh, hold on. Something else is happening here. We've just managed to click on something and we've friggin' gone off to another whole tourniquet here. What else have we got? A graph. Oh, we've stuffed up here somehow. We've actually, we're going to go back because it's timed out and gone into connect your wallet. Well, it's forcing. I must have accidentally clicked on login, or it will have a timer in the background that makes it automatically goes to. That's shit. Oh, I've just figured out something. If that's the case, then that's trying to get connected to people's wallets. So all these people that connected their wallets and walk away from the screen, now it might wallet not connected. Connect now. Well, which one should I use? Metabase? Excuse me. So it's got an automatic redirect onto the connection thing.
I never stayed on it for that long.
No, so let's go there again and let's just make sure Danny doesn't click on anything. We'll go to sources. We're going to go to assets and we're going to start from the bottom up this time. Got a Wolfie. There's our graphs. Right. So let's have a look at the components. We're just going through every part of the website. Notifications. Now we've got boxes. Yeah, these are all buttons, nothing. So if we just stay here and we're not touching anything, I assume that this will automatically redirect. So there must be a redirect in the code. So I'm not going to go away. I'm going to have a look at the code. I wonder if you can search stuff in here. That would be handy. And search for redirect.
It's definitely a funnel of some sort. Either a recruitment funnel or, it's trying to steal wallets.
Hey, I noticed that your, let's go into something more exciting. Your video is going quite well. The one that you did on, so who was that one on? Playlist. You did, is it shorts? This one here on Gagan. Yeah, so that was one you were editing. Practice. Yeah, so we'll have a look at that. Oh, look, even I'm famous in here. Look at this. Who's the crew? Who's that?
That's Thaddeus.
Oh, he looks younger there.
We did a mini deep dive. Business strategist and a guide for people trying to make money online. And given how BG Wealth Sharing...
That was so funny when we got those meetings going. They come off pretty quick, didn't they? We should have downloaded them all.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I will watch that, and I've obviously put that link in there way earlier on. This has stayed on the page it's in, so I assumed I accidentally clicked on that button up there somewhere, and it's logged people in.
Weird, though.
But then normally you can find a redirect code in here if it does time out. Normally you can see.
But is it attached to anything? Because I don't think so.
No.
Because when I looked, I felt like it was just like a web page.
Well, in here it's got funny code. What's that there? It's got code. What's that there? You got to take care of yourself, man. You sound like you're sick. Are you yelling down the phone at somebody again?
No.
No. Yeah. So anyway, that's quite funny. So basically, we went back to Cowboy Joe over here. He's telling everybody because did you hear somebody come on there yelling at him? That was quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, have we listened to what he says?
So how do we know that the wallet is safe that we're using in order to be able to withdraw said funds?
Oh,
We don't. The only wallet right now that we're setting up is whatever trust wallet or MetaMask wallet that you have.
And may I say something to reiterate what Brian said?
No, put your hand up, Lee.
And I'm going to stress this. Even if you already have a trust wallet, do not open another wallet in the same app on the same device. Open up a separate, if you have trust wallet on your phone already, go to the computer and open and create a new trust wallet, because if this is a scam, they could probably get to your funds that way. So just make sure you open up a brand new 12 words on a different device.
Yes.
That must be his wife, is it?
Next is Gardenia.
Does anyone know who this lady is that's talking? Let us
see.
know in the comment sections. Just
Go ahead and unmute.
All right. Yes. Well, I'm one of the ones who paid the 12% and the $100, and most of my team did also.
But
the question I have is, when we went back to the HQ wallets, there was no money there for a lot of people. So what money are they refunding? So
whatever funds that you had in DSJ, what I would suspect is the funds that you will be getting in your balance.
Oh, they're mental.
Whenever you register. And they verify that because all of that is connected.
Okay, so not the HQI wallet.
It doesn't matter. HQI, DSJ wallet is going to have all the same information. Whatever happened with HQI that you didn't see your funds in your balance, that was I believe that's one of the reasons why
just can't get
rid of HQI.
What's his name on there?
Because everything wasn't working properly.
Fraiser.
The way that it should.
And it's spelled different than most Fraisers.
So does that mean the people who all of a sudden when they went to their HQI and saw only 10% of the money that they had in there? So what I'm saying is somebody had
what I'm doing in the background here is this.
And now they look at their account and it had $75.
So that's his name there.
Right. That's a possibility. I have no way of knowing that. I don't know. But
all
I know is that he needs the information of what you originally signed up with BG Wealth with, so they can verify what your balance is in your account.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
All right. Thank you.
So what they don't realize is she just said that she's got a team. So she's a promoter.
John Seta Sims, go ahead and unmute. John Seta?
He's left the building.
You should be able to unmute.
Facebook sucks, but I posted it in our guest chat here.
Okay. We'll move on then to God's favorite daughter.
Jacob? Rebecca?
Yes, that's me.
You can unmute.
Thank you.
It really is a name.
My question is really simple.
Oh, good. Thanks.
I was able to take screenshots of all of my transactions with the HQI that
Imagine
showed the
God's
available
favorite
balance,
daughter.
as well as what the available balance was
Don't
in my
think so.
DSJ
Just saying,
before I transferred
quietly.
it over. And they're significantly different.
Okay.
Really?
So I guess out of speculation, I would assume that he would honor what's in your HQI if you have a screenshot
She's
of
going
what
to
the
honor
actual
it.
balance
Who's he?
was. So I know that you don't have the concrete answers for that, but I'm sure that there is a plethora of us that are in that same boat. And
I would assume so as well.
right, and the reason I say that is because there were a lot of us that had 3 signals, 4 signals, and so that would be a significant loss of funds, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to assume that the more information that you
It's always good
have,
to
the better
assume.
your position should be.
Right. And there's nothing that doesn't hurt at all. Trust me. The more
Trust him.
information you
Trust
have, the
him.
better position you're in. You know.
And I know you're
but
short on questions.
there's no guarantee about any of that though.
But
Okay.
Until we move forward.
my question to you is directly though, how did the notification even come to the Telegram group to even go to? Do you
I
even
have
know
no
how
idea. It was sent to me.
Okay.
Oh, so he posted the content.
A friend of mine told me about it.
Is that his Facebook page?
And that's when I went to
God,
go
it looks
check
like
it
a
out.
criminal.
Okay.
And so once I saw what was going on, then I just followed suit. And then I told people as well.
Oh, so it's Chinese whispers.
So word of mouth is the best advertisement, right?
Oh, he knows
that's
that
what
well.
they say. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Wow.
Thank you. It looks like John Setta is unmuted. John Setta?
Yes, the only question I have, if we use their phone number instead of an email, do we put the 1 in front of the phone
All
number?
right, I'm
or
going to
just
go
the
rest my
phone
No,
number?
voice.
in my
Have a good
experience,
one.
no, you don't
I'll
have
be
to
in
put
the
the 1.
chat.
See you, Queen.
Okay,
Just
thank
put
you.
whatever phone number you have.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next hand up is iPhone 10.
Ooh, sounds good. Yell down the phone.
iPhone 10. I don't know who that is.
Well, it's iPhone
I'm
10.
asking you to unmute. But I'm not getting any response. So next is Tommy Madison.
Is it Eric?
Who?
Eric.
Let me see.
Is that iPhone 10?
If you were able to unmute, let me get back over to, go ahead. No, iPhone 10 is still muted.
Okay.
iPhone 10, so I'm going to remove
Oh my
iPhone
God!
10.
So this guy's involved
Everyone,
in
please put your
EasyBot as
name
well.
in so we can call your name out. All right, now next is Tommy Madison. Tommy,
That explains
you
it.
should be
So all
able to
these scammers
unmute.
are the same.
Thanks so much. Can you hear
Brian
me?
Yes.
is following
I appreciate the
EasyBot.
information and the clarification. I was able to follow the Telegram group. I got the information from a friend of mine, I think yesterday, so I've been following it as well. The question I have is I already had a Trust Wallet on my phone, on my iPhone, so I tried to go through the steps of registering. I was able to connect my wallet. I got the wallet connected message. But when I went to try to register, the message that I'm receiving says I have to switch to a BNB chain or BNB.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what.
Did you see my example that I gave?
You already did? I did.
Okay. Yeah. You want to switch to the BNB.
I think this is the guy that we're listening to at the moment.
Network that he's on.
Right. So is there a way to switch from what I'm on now to the BNB?
I'm wait for you. Then wherever you leave, I'm gonna jump on.
Yeah, Ronald, you're.
I got him.
Okay. Now you're asking again. What now? Is there a way to switch to the BNB?
Correct.
Yes, there is. If you go to the wallet, hold on a second. Let me look at it before I tell you what I'm trying to say, so I don't tell you nothing wrong.
No, I appreciate you.
Okay. If you go into your wallet and you click on Manage Crypto, and in the search, you can put in BNB, and it'll pop up. You just want to turn that BNB network on. It's a button. Okay, BNB, and you want BNB because there may be more than one BNB. You want BNB Smart Chain.
Gotcha.
And you want to click on that.
Okay.
And
And
then
I heard you say earlier that it's better to start a new wallet just for BG. Would you
yes,
recommend I do that since I've already been using the Trust Wallet for other things?
I recommend that you create a new trust wallet.
Gotcha.
Unless you have a trust wallet that you're not
So if
really
you've just
doing
tuned in,
anything with,
don't
and you
listen
don't
to
have
the
no money
advice
in
of
it,
this guy.
there's nothing
He's
to
just
lose,
telling you how to
then you
carry
can
on
go ahead
walking
and
off a
use that.
cliff.
Okay.
There's no
All
way
right.
of getting your
Thank you
money
so much. I
back from
appreciate it.
BG Wealth Sharing. It is total.
Brian, I'm going to mute all again, and I missed the settings, so I'm going to mute all. Allow participants to unmute.
And now they've extended this to the 15th of June. They're just harvesting your information.
All right, fantastic.
There's no way Stephen
All right,
Beard is
so
caring about your
Tommy
financial future.
We just did
answered his. So next is Deborah Piercy. Deborah, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Brian, for bringing this to us.
Let's see if we can find Deborah.
Yeah, just respect to I heard the young lady that's talking there, I don't remember your name. That we're to be on a totally Phyllis, total different device. But what if we don't have a total separate device? You know, can we can't create another trust wallet on the same device that we have one already?
Yeah, buggered.
You can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
You just want to. The problem with that is if you already have Trust Wallet and have crypto in it, you'll have to somehow. I don't think you can have two Trust Wallets on one
device. I don't think so.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, if I create a new one, I would have a different.
You can add a wallet to Trust Wallet.
He knows.
You can
add a wallet, but you're adding the wallet to the same app.
Right.
You can't have two separate apps.
The blind.
Right. So I can add the wallet to the same one. That will be separate from what I have, right?
Yeah, it'll be separate, but it's inside what Phyllis is trying to say. It's inside the same app.
Right, I understand that.
And so you still take a risk when you do that.
Yeah.
Very.
You know what I'm saying?
But just that I don't have a different
You have a computer?
You know, my computer not functioning right now. So yeah, need to get on.
But I mean, you can do it, but it's just, just be mindful that it could be risky. Not saying that it's going to happen, but
you know what? That's okay because I don't have much in there, and if I have, then I could transfer it over to.
That's what I was going to say. No, whatever you got in there, you can transfer it out to another.
So wouldn't you be more
and then use that wallet?
thankful if they showed you
in terms of the Telegram
where the money's coming from,
not a link
and how the trading's working, rather than your fake balances?
These are the Telegram
potentially be able to get
the
money.
Telegram username is at BG Wealth Update.
Anyone got any comments in the chat room?
Add that.
Yes, you want to go to at BG Wealth Update, and then you hit join.
And
you'll be
into
this.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking out to add it. I'll try and figure it out.
I just put the link.
Okay, great. That will make it easier. Thank you. Good. And Brian, I mean, you might not know this, but I mean, with all of this, everything happening, there's a time they tell us, okay, if BG got hacked on the bond chat, go on Telegram or wait on Telegram. That itself looked like it was a hack, a scam. Came back to bond chat. So with this now, how do we know that this is then the real? I mean, BG. The only
we don't.
Thing, and as I said to people, I said it to let's go on the Zoom. Let's hear one thing we're not doing. If they ask for any money, then it's a scam. So the good thing you said, and because there's no money being asked for at this moment, I will go ahead. But the moment you ask me to put money, then it will be a scam.
That's right.
So and even right now, we're still not 100% know who we're talking to or anything like that.
That's right.
But what I'd assume, the professor that was really there with us and very professional and customer service, I thought if this was really hacked, he would have somehow talked to the big leaders, and said, take the message down to your downlines. And I am having a Zoom and say 2 days connect. This is a Zoom link. None of this happened. So, at this time I'm just left with, it seemed like some scam, but that's
why the only way that I could see that this might be a scam is them trying to get people to connect their wallets.
Yeah.
And that's why it's really important that if you do not do it on the same wallet.
Yeah.
I had $2,000 in crypto withdrawn from an
This
account
inspires
that I
confidence.
had set up for something else, and I received
another scam
crypto from an existing project, and it was withdrawn. And it was withdrawn because a previous project had access to my dApps. So that's why it's really important that you don't have any crypto. And if you do this, if this is a scam, that's the only way I can see it.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. So,
And the way that they do that is through smart contracts.
Yeah,
right.
They'll actually build a
Yeah,
relationship.
so as long
up
as
with
I
you,
don't have
that's
anything
what they'll
that
do.
trust wallet, I can go ahead with it.
Right.
Right.
Yep. Exactly.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, we're all
Thank you,
just taking a
Deborah.
risk.
So what have you
here,
got
but
to
so that
lose?
we're not
Well,
being asked for money. Thank you.
Right.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Common sense.
Okay.
Right, honey?
Next is Muke.
Muke. I know
Muke.
Muke. I know that gentleman.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask you to unmute. Okay, you should be able to unmute.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I'm unmuted, fellas. Oh, Brian, thank you. Brian, your patience and humility. Oh my God. I love it, man. Listen, a quick question. So those 10 days, every 10 days, do we have to do anything manually or it's automatic, they withdraw?
Yeah, I don't know. I have
You
no
don't
idea.
know.
Yeah, we won't find out until
It
the
starts.
10th. Yeah.
Until
When
it
they
starts.
start, they'll give it the instructions. And we just follow the instructions and see what happens.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay. Next is Wendy.
Yep.
Wendy, you should be able to unmute. Wendy Kolb.
What have we got here for length?
Wendy, do you still have a question? If not, we'll go to Teresa Mansfield.
Teresa.
You should be able to unmute.
You put me out. Good afternoon and good evening to you all.
Yes.
Yeah, because of the short time, because some of us just heard about this today, and the closing time is on the 10th. Is there any way we can get a
extension? It must be
a
paid active.
step like a written where we can
What's the pressure and why do we have
set
to
up our
why does everything have to happen
and do the registration?
Does no one ask about that?
Yes.
Why does
we I just went over that on this call, and there's we're recording this call. So if you get back with the person that told you about this call, then they can probably help you get the recording of this. Or you can look in the chat and you can go to you can email 135 community.unity@gmail.com.
135
Hey, g'day, nice to see you here.
.unity at gmail.com.
.unity.
Right. And just ask that you want to get the recorded Zoom for BG Wealth, and we can send you the recording. Okay.
That'd be amazing.
Okay.
And then also the Telegram group has the instructions as well. That's where I got them from.
Right.
So if you get into that Telegram group, BG Wealth Update, the username is @BG Wealth Update. Right. And get into that Telegram group, and they give you the instructions as well. The same instructions that I just went over.
Okay, and for some of us that have our relatives in Africa, is there any way they can do an extension to this registration?
I don't know. I have no idea.
They'll just keep extending
I hope
it
he
till
does
everyone
do an
connects their wallet
extension
to it.
because everybody doesn't know about
building
it.
a community.
So it's I would almost bet on he will probably do an extension, but that's not for sure. So I can't really say.
How does he know this stuff?
Can't promise that at all. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Connect wallet and you compromise
Okay,
another
next is
common crypto
Pastor
scam.
Carl.
I don't even know the dangers of connecting
Pastor
your
Carl,
wallet.
you should be able to unmute.
Yes, grace and peace. I just wanted to give out, and I want to thank
Pastor
both you guys for
gets better, guys.
sharing this information to us, because we know so many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been affected.
Oh,
Excuse me, but I just wanted to share some information real quickly. And You're absolutely right. They have backdoor exits to get into your wallet, so you do need to set up
careful.
a brand new wallet. If I could share my screen for 1 minute, I'll be able to help quite a few people out.
I wouldn't trust him.
If you would
Don't
allow
do
me
this.
to.
Can you trust a
I
pastor?
really like to move forward with all the questions that we have
Yeah,
right now.
but this is important information. It would just take about 40 seconds.
Well, maybe we could get through the questions and then come back to that. Let's get through the questions first.
All right. Well, first of all, when you're setting up your new wallet, you will not be able to do the transaction unless you put a minimum of 20 cents gas for your BNB. That's one thing I wanted to share. And then when you want to, if you're in another contract, you just move to the side, click on what it says, and they give you a choice to go either to BNB, Ethereum, like that. But I wanted to show.
So this is like the scam on the scam.
But we
so
really
people who
don't know
connect
what's
their
going to
wallets
happen.
to all
We
this
just
rubbish
this was just to
are
get
now
people
getting
set
scammed
up.
again.
Yeah, we just want to get people registered at this point. We don't know how everything is going to work when we move forward, and we don't want to, we don't want to belabor the point
Ask
other than what they've already given us. So yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Pastor Carl. But
so literally by just even if it's an empty wallet, you're obviously not going to lose any money. If it's an independent wallet, not connected to anything else, you're not going to lose your money. But I'm assuming that what's going to happen is everyone's going to be told to connect their wallet to this fake exchange, and then they're going to offer people an opportunity which they can't resist, even if it's $10. And then by funding it, some people are going to slip up and potentially give access to their wallet, not knowing and being stupid. So even though he's maybe claiming that he's been cautious and setting up an independent wallet, the honest truth of it is that there's going to be dumb people out there who are going to plug in their wallet to this scheme and not create a new wallet because they think it's not going to happen to them and potentially lose everything. Is that what we're talking about?
Right now, I just want to keep it as simple as possible. And then if need be, we'll do another recording, and give any other aspects of.
So in short, basically, if you did this if you had 100 people do this, there's always going to be the dumbass idiots who connects their real wallet and loses everything. And he's facilitating peace and comfort and then when it happens, he'll go, I told you not to do that. But he doesn't realize that his audience are, I don't know how to say it, stupid. And they will just do whatever it takes to lose their money. Is that it? Is that what we're talking about?
What needs to be done for people to be able to get through the process to benefit them in a better way. But yeah, we just want to keep it simple and keep moving forward.
I've got to go.
And then as they give us more information, then we'll know how to move from there.
So we're going to go into
time. I appreciate it though. Thanks.
Thank you. We have Kenneth Rosenborough.
I'll just speed this up a little bit.
You should be able to unmute. Kenneth?
Go, Kenneth.
Do you have a question?
It's your time to lose your money.
If not, we'll go to the next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Kenneth, there's a name that we'll probably be able to find.
I was following you all the way, but when I was adding my keywords, I couldn't, for some reason, my computer was glitching. And I missed the part where you went to the website. I'm still stuck here on home to find the website. I clicked on the BNB.
The scammers must have a field day when they see people like this.
To go to bgwealth.xyz.
Are you doing it through the computer or on the phone?
The computer.
Okay, well, you don't need to go through the Trust Wallet to do that. You just go to your browser and type in bgwealth.xyz.
Now we just need to figure out where this guy is.
All right.
That's all you have to do.
And then I follow the connecting the wallet, etc. So
right,
I
you just follow the prompts on the computer. On the site.
Yeah,
just make sure your wallet is open. It'll automatically open your wallet and go through the prompts.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Next is Michael Terry. Michael, you should be able to unmute.
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
Here we go.
Well, this is surprising. I was not looking for anybody to be talking about BG at the moment. I'm glad that we have, because I do have mixed feelings about BG. But anyway, where can we catch the Zoom call? The Zoom call at?
You mean the recording?
Yes.
Yeah, you can either go to the person that told you about this call, or you can email at 135community.unity@gmail.com.
Hold on, say it one more time.
135, the number 135 community.unity@gmail.com. Matter of fact, Philip just put it into the
community unity. Kidding me?
Never mind. It just I swear it just swam away. Y'all have a good day.
No problem, man.
All
You
right.
good. All right.
Okay, next is Smalex. Smalex. Smalex.
Yeah, that's right. Sonny Malex. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for coming up with this again. I appreciate your the information you've brought to us, and we had completely forgotten about BG. Thanks for bringing us back to this.
Yes.
You're doing what I thought the leaders should have gotten together to do this, and have like a lead like you who can communicate with whomever to give us information. I only have this one worry that
one worry,
like Deborah said before, that Stephen Pierce, he was great at communicating. That was his best gift. He could communicate very well, timely, without any issue. I'm just worried. Why is he communicating in this manner now that we're knowing through people, no point person to talk to? Is he running away from something, or this is real? Because
he's just having a bad haircut day.
Maybe they just want us to be able to get inside our own wallet, then they take control of the wallet. I might be wrong, but
you could
I'm
be
just
right, mate.
concerned. Why is it that Stephen is not being able to communicate publicly as he always liked? Of a sudden, he doesn't like communicating with us. I'm confused. But thank you for your effort. I'm going to try. I'm going to take the risk. There's nothing to lose anymore because I've given up. But I'm just worried that maybe, just maybe, might be a way for us to log into our wallet. Then they can take the money out because they have no control of our own wallet unless we give them access. But thank you very much, Brian.
If you can get MetaMask or Trust wallets,
I'm honestly
can
grateful
get access
for your
to all your
help
wallets.
with the community, because people have been burned and hurt so badly. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And yes, you're absolutely right. And this is why, we asked for you to take the precautions of setting up a separate wallet, to go through this process. And, all we can do is hope for the best.
Hope for the best.
Said, we have nothing to lose at this point.
That's right. Keep feeding the scammers.
Other than just going through the process and
you're bound to get somebody to stuff it up
because everything else has already happened. So this is all we can do to move forward. All right, next.
All right.
Next, there's no name. It just says Zoom user.
Okay.
Zoom user.
Trust them.
I have asked you to unmute Zoom user.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Hi. I was asked. I wanted to.
What's your name?
Jayla. I'm sorry. I don't know how to change the name on the thing.
Okay.
But I was asking. One. Really, you already answered my question. I wanted the recording of the meeting. Also, I wanted to know, so if we moved over, so should we be using the most recent one? Because I did move over to the HQI one or whatever, but I still have the information for the BG one. I don't have my username for the HQI one. I think I can find my user number for the DSJ one. So which one should we just be using? The one that's most recent?
Either one is whatever you registered with when you originally got into BG Wealth. It was either the phone number or your email. If you can't remember which one it was, then you can use your ID numbers either with DSJ or HQI, and they can connect. They have all that information.
Okay. Thank you.
All righty.
Okay. Next is Nicole Lumpus. Go ahead and unmute, Nicole.
Oh, sorry, I had my microphone off, guys. I turned it off before. I forgot to turn it
Nicole?
back.
Yes. Sorry. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I have, first of all, thank you, and then a two-part question. So I want to thank you for this time and just allowing us to talk professionally and respectfully and to hear what the next steps are. Secondly, my two-part question is, number one, have you heard of LSSC, the Lightning Shared Scooter Company? And secondly, do you have steps for us to file a federal complaint with the FTC or the FCC?
Yeah.
No, I don't have either one of those.
I had my microphone off.
So I'm not really interested in that right now at this moment. All I'm interested in right now is to see if we can go through this process and get people whole again. And
have you heard of LSSC?
He's a saint.
Yes, I've heard of it, but I'm not here to talk about that.
Right. Now, I know you're not here to talk about it, but the reason why I ask is this same platform mimicked LSSC and the whole setup. And the reason why I bring that up is because I was part of LSSC and they're under federal investigation. And I joined this particular platform through my econ financial because of the members and the setup and the questions that I brought. And I felt like LSSC mimicked what BG Wealth was doing. And maybe they got their scam set up from BG Wealth. But to see this happen, I've only been 6 weeks in when all of this fell apart. Right. And I think I'm very thankful that to see this platform say, okay, well, we want to make sure people get their money back because I didn't switch over to the new platform. I didn't pay any fees. I didn't pay any taxes because at that point, your loss is a loss. But if they're still trying to get people their original investment back in stages, I really believe that's a good.
So it's kind of funny actually because I've done electric lighting, the electric shared scooter company, and I've done blogs on the same sort of scooter company. So this is where you get people claiming that every scam's associated with every scam. But if all these scams come out of human trafficking compounds, well, I have to agree with that. But that won't make any difference to the next scam that starts up, will it? Because everyone will just carry on doing the same thing because they'll think this one's different.
And we need to all do our due diligence and to research and to fact check, but also simultaneously, I do believe there should be some instructions on how to file a federal investigation for our funds that were inputted to make sure that there's due diligence to check above our pay grade and above our level to make sure that the powers that be are looking into legally what's being done with our funds.
My suggestion.
The 14 government warnings didn't make you think this won't be given the red flag, green flag by the government. I mean, this is how stupid people are. You've already got your government giving out 12, 15 warnings about these opportunities. And it's just batshit crazy.
On that is to go to ChatGPT or Google BG or DSJ Exchange, Ponzi or something. And it's going to bring up information about the takedown of it. And they always have contact this website, contact that website. There are agencies listed. So it's up to us to find out how to get our funds back when we are scammed. So that would be my suggestion. There are lots of articles out there about this.
It's
DSJ
called,
Exchange.
I invested in a decentralized opportunity. Decentralized means you don't want centralized organizations' help. I did do a blog about the OSSC scam that she was talking about. There it is there.
Ponzi, just put in DSJ Exchange Ponzi. How do I file a complaint? And then you should be able to get something that way.
Yes, thank you. Okay? I hope everybody will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, iPhone 10. We're back to, let me see if I can unmute. iPhone 10. You should be able to unmute. Hello?
Yes.
Hi, what's your name?
Ken.
Ken. Go ahead and ask your question, Ken.
Good. Well, first off, I want to say, brother, thank you very much for taking a moment of your life and your time to have this talk. Very pertinent and very, very important that this has been done, and I appreciate you one-on-one. Okay. Secondly, my bigger question is, I noticed that they came out with being able to open up the MetaMask on the BNB chain, but recently I've received quite a few messages, as well as some of my team, regarding using TRC20. Now, which one is correct? And if that is a fact, then I would like to ask you, do you know how to delete the BNB chain and add the TRC20 chain if that's what's needed? So I just want a little clarity on that.
Yeah, I don't have full clarity on that myself as well. But you know, my assumption is that they're talking about people that have signed up, because apparently some people probably have signed up on the TRC20 network instead of the BNB. So so I'm not sure on that, and I'm sure that they'll probably come out with more information on that as we move forward, especially as they get ready to set up for the withdrawals. So just stay tuned for that. If you don't quite know, because I don't quite know myself at this point. All I know is that we are on the BNB smart chain right now. And so I'm going based on being on that network because I'm not on the TRC20 network. And so and I only used the information that I used to register into BG to get to register into this site. So that's all I know at this point. So once we get more clarification on that, then we may be able to discuss it. But I don't have enough information in reference to that right now.
Cool, understood. Now also, I just want to say this real quick. I'm gonna get off your line. I know you got some work to do, but the gentleman that was on the phone when you first started the call, this is half the problem that we have in BG. Because there's so many toxic people who financially do not take responsibility for their own investment. So they're looking for other people to blame. And then they want to try to gather a team to roll with them with their negativity.
Right.
Now, my thought is that if you feel that way about your investment, then move on. Like, move on. You can just go by yourself. No point in you jumping on positive calls like this and try to gather a bunch of people to go with you with your negativity. If you want to be negative, do it on your own. If you think it's a scam, then step off. Because I feel like we don't have anything to lose at this point. Right?
People are delusional.
And at the end of the day, what's going to happen is going to happen. But if you do nothing, you got 100% of zero, and that equals zero.
That's right.
So, you know what I'm saying? My thing is, we all work together. With what you're doing a great job. I'm in full support of what you're doing. And the bottom line is that right now we have nothing. If somebody's telling us that we got an option to be able to get into a situation to recover our funds, we shouldn't be talking about FCC filings and filing complaints. Because at the end of the day, when you file a complaint, just make sure you understand when you file a complaint, the lawyer's got to get paid first before you get your money. Okay, so when you do that,
so this is the threat.
When you do that, if you got $10,000, by the time it gets to you, you got $1,500. Okay, so make sure you understand that when you talk about the FCC filings and filing complaints with the law enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so just make sure we understand that. So right now we got a situation where you got a group that is trying their best, like you said, that does not have the
group is trying to best to push you over the cliff even further.
A lot of these programs as well, and I'm telling you, this has none of the characteristics of a scam. Because scams, when they go, they're gone. That's it. Period. They don't come back trying to fight back and bring their company back to fight and get their community back on track. They do not do that.
The recovery scammers come back and try and tell you can recover your money.
What you're saying, Mr. Fraiser, that you on point 100%.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, we have two more questions.
Okay, so once you've been scammed, they disappear. And that's it.
Deborah, well,
and there's no recovery scams out there. It's all a myth.
Tish,
we're gonna wind this up.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Tish to unmute.
I'm trying. Okay, how you doing? On the recording that you have, because I was driving and then pulling over trying to listen. I know I just need to email you that. Will you send it back tonight, or will I expect it tomorrow so I can give it to my other teammates?
No, I'm gonna get it out tonight.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I don't have a trust wallet, so this will be the first one. You suggested it's done over your computer, or is it okay, you think, to do it over our mobile phone?
It's either or, whatever you're comfortable with. I just do it on the computer first, and then once you get it set up on the computer, then it's easier to do on the phone just by importing the wallet onto the phone.
Okay. So and can you say, is it BMV like boy, Mary Victor, or Victor Mary boy? When you say
no,
BMV?
yeah, B as in boy, N as in Nancy, B as in boy, BNB network. This is on the Binance Central Exchange. That's why I said earlier that I believe if he's going to do trading, he's probably going to start doing trading on the Binance exchange, which is a central exchange.
And he's going to make sure you get 99.6% success rates as well.
To connect just fine.
Yes, and they also have the steps in the Telegram group as well.
And he's going to do this with arbitrage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
This guy's
okay. Deborah, can you unmute?
Deborah? Yes, thank you, Phyllis. Yeah, I just put my hand up because I guess while I was on talking with you, because I know you said you paste the link, but I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to stop. Can you paste it again, please? Because I'm trying to use a handle. But
to the Telegram group?
Yeah, the Telegram.
Oh, okay.
You said you have to
I did do it it went in as private.
Yeah, so. I didn't see it though.
Okay. You see it now?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Okay, and Rhonda, let me come. Where'd she go? There you are. Rhonda, you should be able to unmute.
I am. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Rhonda.
Hey, Brian. Thanks for everything. I'm telling you, you're so super fantastic. And I'm so proud to be a friend, call you my friend and my brother. Always looking out for us. I got a quick question. While I was on,
Nope, she's gone.
You muted, Rhonda.
You muted. You got muted.
Rhonda.
Hold on, let me find your name again.
Rhonda.
Ask to unmute. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to get to my wallet. I created an OKX wallet, and I went in and I was able to get everything done because I had tried to do it on my Trust Wallet and MetaMask earlier this week, but I stopped. But once I did the sign up, it took me to a page that said approve unknown bgwealth.biz, and it had unlimited USDT. And then I had a warning that said, are you sure you want to approve unlimited USDT? And I changed it to 0. So, and then it's telling me the transaction failed. My wallet is connected, but when I try to sign in,
doesn't sound good.
It tells me my wallet is connected. I do sign in, and then it tells me my wallet is not registered.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. Did you when you did it? Did you do it with as a new sign up?
Yeah, I did the sign up first. Like the option says sign up. So
were you able to register initially?
Well, I thought I was registered because I hit sign up here. I put in my old email, and then I connected my wallet. And then it takes me, when I do that, let me do it now. Wait a minute. I'm gonna put in my email that I use.
Because you're using OKX, I'm not sure, how that works. So
when I put in my old email, I put in, it says connect my wallet. My wallet is connected. And then I hit sign up. So when I hit sign up, it takes me to a
I'm
page
listening
that
to these
says
people. I'm in the background
unknown,
researching who's talking.
bgwealth.biz, unlimited USDT.
I don't even know if this is the same lady.
Is that through your wallet?
Yeah,
I'm looking for something to do with BG Wealth sharing
that pops up. Now, if I go back, because I put 0, of course, but if I go back and do sign in, so I connect my wallet.
You can't sign in until you're registered.
Right. So, but it seems like they're asking me for money for me to sign in. Yeah, it says my wallet is not registered.
Yeah, I don't know. I really can't speak on that because I haven't seen that yet. and I've never dealt with OKX. So for me to really, talk about that intelligently, I would have to go on OKX to see how it works.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that was my question.
Okay.
Isn't OKX an exchange?
Yeah, I think OKX is actual.
They're saying to set this up in a decentralized wallet, but you're setting it up like an exchange.
OKX is where
this is a wallet. This is an OKX wallet.
Is OKX a decentralized wallet or a central exchange wallet?
Central.
Did you get OKX with? You have 12 words with your OKX?
All wallets
you know
have
what?
12 words.
Nope, I didn't.
So that's probably a central exchange.
That's probably why.
Oh, I thought somebody told me they put theirs on OKX. Okay. All right. Well,
OKX had all the funds frozen for BG Wealth sharing.
Crypto.com has a wallet. Crypto.com is a centralized exchange, but they also have what's called an on-chain app wallet, and you have to download that, and you get 12 words. So there may be an OKX wallet that you need to download if you want to try that.
But when I look at it, it says OKX wallet.
If you're going
I would do this, Rhonda. The thing I would do
at least know something
get another
about
trust
crypto.
wallet.
Well, see, I have a trust wallet, and I went in and I created another wallet inside my trust app, and I got my 12 words. I thought I could do it that way, but it sounds like you all are saying that may be risky in itself because it may
use it on a different browser.
The whole lot's risky.
Get a Brave browser.
Stop.
I have a Brave browser.
Please
go on Brave browser and just set up a trust wallet on Brave.
Okay.
And just do it from there.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. All right, I can do that.
I can do that. I can get the money.
Okay. All right, that works. Okay.
Do we
that's
place
my question.
bets
Thank you, guys.
on the first person that's going to be scammed?
Okay, that's all the questions.
That's it. All right, fantastic. Hey, look, guys, I appreciate you guys with your questions and everything, and I hope that you got some information that you can use to move forward. And I just pray that everyone is able to refund it. Yes.
Brian, I'm sorry, I missed one. It looks like
I see Tish got her
hand back.
Can I just say this real quickly? I stand corrected. I did have my 12 words for the OKX wallet.
Oh,
okay.
I did. So I don't know what's going on, but I wrote them down before I did it.
Okay. Right. Okay. What I was going to ask you earlier, someone said you had to have, was it something like 20 cents in there, or do you have to have a cents?
We don't know all that just yet.
Yeah.
Okay, the start one. So it's no cost to start a MetaMask.
No,
it's no charge.
No,
okay.
There's no charge for anything right now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
And Jeffrey Dyson. We're going to go ahead.
Come on, Jeffrey. You're
awesome.
We getting ready to hit the leave button in a second.
How you guys doing, man? Thanks for taking the call and making the call. I wanted to know, as it relates to the 10% withdrawal process that you spoke of earlier, will we as users have to facilitate that withdrawal, that 10% withdrawal for every 10 days, or will BG execute the withdrawal automatically?
Yeah, I don't know. They haven't given that information yet on how that's going to work.
It's a good question, though, right?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That's the question I asked too.
Okay.
But I don't know until they put out the instructions. I would assume that you would have to physically do that yourself to withdraw it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I was assuming the opposite because they know what our balance is and they know what 10% is.
Yeah, but I think they're going to leave it up to you to do. They're not going to do it. They're going to leave it up to you to do it. But that's we don't know exactly. So we have to wait and see what the instructions will be and what their process will be.
Okay, so likely once that ticker goes down, that countdown goes down, that'll show our balance and facilitate how the withdrawal process or protocol is.
Exactly.
Okay. So the questions will be answered really when that ticker goes away.
Exactly.
Okay.
And just get into Telegram because that's where you'll get all the information.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that's near the end.
Got it.
All right, fantastic.
All right, thank you, man.
45 seconds and we're out of here.
We'd like to say good night.
All right, peace and blessings. Thank you, everybody. We're going to go. Sorry, Josie, we got to go. I got to go. I got to go do something else real quick. But I appreciate everybody. And, if you want the recording, please just send an email to 135.
Thank you for the recording.
That's 135. The number's 135. community.unity@gmail.com. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you, Phyllis, for your help and everything.
Oh, you're welcome.
Appreciate you.
If somebody wants to email him
Peace and blessings, everybody.
We used this video and we're genuinely grateful. That'd be awesome. Right, so that's basically me. I've got to go. We've got a big investigation underway at the moment. There's one on the mining race, which you can't see, but it's called miningrace.com. We've got a big investigation going on about that. As we speak, my team of Avengers has been looking at this, and we believe this is running a scam as well. Too good to be true, as per normal. But we've gone through this and we've got a lot of documentation. So that's going to be coming up. Hopefully when I get my A into G and finish that one off, which is going to be quite exciting. The other one is if you go to deheck.com, you can see there's some booklets over here called ebooks. If you want to support what we do and the work that we do in the Avengers, you can actually purchase these books. We've got 5 books at the moment, or ebooks, which are designed to help you from getting lost. So rather than supporting the show by buying a $5 cup of coffee, we're urging you guys to download one of these books. They cost you $5, and it's a way of you getting something for your money. Absolutely awesome. But in saying that, if you go to my homepage of my website, you can see that we've got, I've just been featured on CoffeeZilla, which is absolutely friggin' amazing. He's just released another video today in his Patreon area about the bricks and the Lego stuff, which is really, really cool. I haven't quite watched the end of it yet. Also, we want to encourage you guys to check out Queen Akama's YouTube channel. If you come here to Avengers, she has done a deep dive on BG Wealth Sharing, and she's done what we look like. We go into this one here, and it's Gaga
operated and how heavily.
It's not just me, but there is Gaga in here, and she's done a deep dive into Thaddeus, a guy that was heavily promoting it, even offered to pay me to go over to their opening, and he was going to offer me first-class flights to come over to America to check out their thing. They just laughed at me, but now the scam's all fallen over. We never heard from them. But the biggest thing, tomorrow, we're going to be here, same time, different place, but we're going to be going through what you call, you won't believe this, PO Wealth Sharing and their exchange network versus BG Wealth Sharing. It's a mirror scam, and it's got a new professor. So Stephen Beard versus Daniel Davis. It's a game off, and here they are. You wouldn't believe it unless you saw it here first. But anyway, there's a whole blog. It won't be as long as today's blog. Today's was really big. But what we'll be showing you is another Stephen Beard. Same setup, same digitary, the whole 9 yards. Except this one didn't seem like it got traction, but they do have like 48,000 subscribers in their Facebook page, talk about the recruitment scheme, victims who spotted the pattern, their terms and conditions, and basically what we're trying to do is educate you guys into understanding about these scams and how they work. They're all running out of human trafficking compounds. It's not rocket science. And unfortunately, guys, if you don't wake up and start educating yourself, if you don't know the arse end of a crypto wallet, then you shouldn't be in this game. These are not crypto investments. These are financial, what do we call? They are investment scams. And they use crypto because it's the easiest way to get the money out of you. So these are not on the blockchain. They are not, they don't have white papers. They have nothing. It is straight scam. They promise you something on a web browser. They tell you that you're going to get something as long as you hand over your crypto. So if you hand over your crypto, you say goodbye to your crypto. If you listen to idiots like this, then you're going to lose your money. It's not rocket science. Now, Queen Akama's coming here last minute, and she sent me something. She said they extended 4 days in another email just now. Okay, so we'll have a look at that. So, okay, so now we've got, all right, so we're just going to do this because I've actually got a better way of doing it. So if we go to Telegram, and we go to, so let's go to my Telegram. We will go to Telegram. So this is the Telegram group, and what have they got here?
दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत।
I think we've got adverts in here. Oh no, so we have our own. We do actually have a place where you can hang out and get help. So we've got what we call the BG Wealth Sharing DS Survivors, Victims, Whistleblowers, Research, Sharing Evidence and Updates group, and that is our group. We look after that. You may get somebody going in there. It's on WhatsApp. We don't like Telegram. You may get somebody in there trying to encourage you to, you've got people who impersonate me, the whole 9 yards, but in there is a trusted group of people, and we try to police it as much as we can, but it's obviously not that easy. So let's go back to my screen. Let's go back to Discord, and let's see if I can find the latest postings, and I'll put that on the screen. And now where's my screen? I'll bring it up and see what we've got here. So so don't get scammed. Don't listen to anyone on the internet, especially in a Zoom meeting. So let's see. We are pleased to announce that BG Wealth registration period has officially extended by, well, it wouldn't make any difference, extended by additional 4 days. Important reminder, to remain eligible for future withdrawal processing, all users must complete their registration through the official BG Wealth D-App portal. and that's their website, bgwealth.io, which is ridiculous. I don't even know why they're allowed to register these domain names. We do have a guy that works with us called the Terminator. He was shutting them down, but it's too much hard work. It's a full-time job. Official portal. We strongly recommend that all members visit BG Wealth immediately to complete immediately. There's no such thing as urgency in this game. What difference does it make whether you do it today or tomorrow? Complete the registration before the extension deadline expires. Now, let's just get this right. You've lost your money to a scam who claims that they're not a scam. And now they're telling you that you must act urgently to set yourself up a wallet. And if you miss out, you won't be able to get your money back ever. Is that what they're telling you? So if you don't hurry up and set up a wallet, and like we've just mentioned, most people might be able to set up an independent brand new wallet and have no worry because it's got no money in it. But most of the dumbasses out there who don't know the arse end of crypto will probably plug in their real wallet accidentally or connect the wrong wallet at one point and time. And as soon as that happens, all your crypto is going to get sucked out of your wallet and you're going to sit there and go, "Oh, they told me not to do that." And they are people that have probably been paid by the scammers for promoting this crap that you just saw we watched over the last hour and a half. Do not become a victim. You need to obviously sharpen up and stop getting scammed by these individuals. Now, I will check out the Discord just in case Queen of Karma's posted something else. No, that was it. And that was the last one. So unfortunately, it's just another day in the office. I'm just going to have a look at Queen of Karma's latest version of her logo, make sure she's got the right one. We've actually come up with, so we've actually got another. I'm just going to give Queen of Karma her latest avatar. What we're finding with the avatar problem is that when you upload it, there isn't enough padding around it to look pretty. So here you go, Queen of Karma. Here's your latest avatar. That might look better, and you'll be able to get the circle nicer around the edges. So there we go. Worked on that today. All right, guys, that's me. That's another day, another dollar, as they say. Thank you very much for being here. Don't get scammed. We're at the top of the cliff telling people to not push people over the cliff. And my little wee doggy here wants to go for a walk, and he's standing up here looking at me like, "Dad, you've been sitting here for 4 hours and 45 minutes and 37 seconds. It's time for me to go." I'm Danny the Heck. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next video. And I will cut up some of this video and put it as a fresh upload for the people that were really concerned about losing their money to BG Wealth Sharing. And there's no way of getting your money back, kids. It's already gone. All right? Remember, you heard it here first. See you in the next video. I'm Danny the Heck.